She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if you chains choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layered.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name's Derek. I'm the CTO at reown, formerly known as Wallet Connect, and today I'm going to talk to you about our stablecoin and chain abstraction product, and also the ERC 7811 standard that we've ushered in, and what it means for the future of EVBM UX. So this is what we're going to talk about. I'll start with the demo, and we look into the solution, the different phases we're going to roll out, and the standards and some real-world performance metrics. So let's take a look. So what you can see here is our sample application. I'm connected with a wallet there that supports a stablecoin and chain abstraction. It's the reown embedded wallet. It's the first wallet that supports this. And here you can see the ERC 7811 standard live, because you can see that despite me only having 40 cents on this network, the standard shows me that I have $1 that I can spend and source from other networks. And here you could just see the wallet implementation that I was sourcing the funds from a different network. And to the right here in the screenshot, so this took just a couple of seconds for a fully chain abstracted experience. This was very delightful. To the right side, you can see my ENS wallet, Cyberdirect.Ethereum, and you can see all the different stablecoins that I have and on how many different networks I have them. And yeah, maybe I'll ask the audience a quick question. How many networks are you using? 6, 3? There's more than one, so yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the problems of the liquidity fragmentation. I want to show a different video. In this case, it's an in-app, in-wallet application. It's just a send button, and that in this case also is. No, actually here I'm showing stablecoin abstraction. So you can see I'm sending USDC, but I don't have any. I have USDT on a different network. Takes a couple of seconds. Yeah, but you can see that I'm spending USDC, but I'm sourcing the USDT in this case from a different network, and it's a quite delightful experience. Let's give it another second. And there we go. So usually most people talk primarily about chain abstraction, but as I showed on the previous slide, I don't think it's enough. I think we also need to have stablecoin abstraction. I took a look at Dune, and 10% of the addresses that hold USDC hold it on different networks, and they also hold a different stablecoin. And so, yeah, that's the motivation. In my case, you can see I hold 6 stablecoins across about 5 networks here, and sometimes I want to just spend my aggregated balance, and I don't want to bridge back and forth. What's the solution that we have in WalletKit? And for context, reown's WalletKit, formerly known as Wallet Connect, our SDK is already in 600 wallets, and our app SDK is in every single Ethereum app and most Solana apps. So we're pretty well positioned for distribution there. So what's the solution? Our solution is quite naive by design. The idea is to support all account types that exist. So this supports EOAs, it supports smart accounts. It also works on Solana and other networks. And it's a simple solution. It just reuses existing bridging infrastructure and exploits the fact that in the wallet you have access to the private key, and you can, with a single click, issue multiple transactions. And other approaches, and I'll get to that later in the roadmap, other approaches from the start do more sophisticated resource locking approaches, for instance, which provides you better latency, but the drawback is that it's hard to integrate and has some other trade-offs. And here you can see the solution has a prepare method that the wallet can invoke if it doesn't have enough assets on the target network, and it can check, hey, does the end user have enough assets on any other network or in a different stablecoin? And then there's an execute function where you can provide the signatures. The roadmap, I just touched on that a little bit. So the idea is to get this out. We have a couple of top wallets integrating this right now, and a bunch of applications. The idea is to get this out the door, and we believe that it's an order of magnitude UX improvement as is, because in a single click you can use your aggregated balance and you don't need to worry about the different stablecoins. And the trade-off is that the latency is not as great. You've seen this in this video. Our average takes about 16 seconds currently, and the idea is to later improve. Once we have the SDK in wallets and in apps, to later then improve on the speed through employing resource locking strategies. And a quick word on those resource locks. So again, resource locking is a strategy as a latency improvement for chain abstraction. And the flavors of resource locks that are in the wild are primarily smart contract-based resource locks. So for instance, or usually that's a ERC 7579 module that's installed on the smart account. But there's also other flavors such as token-based resource locks that's more similar to the approach Uniswap is taking. And you can see that these approaches don't support other networks, it's EVM only. So the wallets that are integrating our solution right now, it wouldn't satisfy them because they want Solana support as well. Then there's a vendor's lock-in story with at least some of the resource locking approaches. And also there's a trade-off, which is opt-in censorship. It's probably not a big deal, but it's just very difficult to explain to wallets when they integrate a solution, in which cases the users can be censored and whatnot. And it's also difficult to explain to the users. That's why we believe that just starting with something more naive that exploits existing infrastructure is better. Here you can see the current latency of the solution. So yeah, on average it's about 10 to 15 seconds, which is not great, but alternatively if you would manually bridge back and forth, then it will take you minutes or even 30 minutes. You also have to learn what a bridge is in the first place, and it's, as we all know, bridging is not necessarily a great experience, and many wallets aren't properly supported on bridges right now. For instance, smart contract wallets like Safe don't work on Relay protocol currently, and yeah, on many other bridges. And yeah, that's it. Curious if anyone has a question. Yes, please. Yeah, you mentioned ZeroDef. I think ZeroDef does Magic Spend ++, which is a flavor from Socket. So for that solution, it's a module that you can install on the smart account. ZeroDef is 7579 compliant. The team is amazing. But currently, you would have to install that module on a 7579 account. So currently, I think there's not many 7579 accounts in the wild. Our AppKit SDK that I showed in the beginning supports 7579. Then there's no precedent for actually installing modules. Like, how does an end user actually install a module? So all that is quite complicated. Actually, at reown, with our wallet SDK, we also want to improve the UX of installing a module. We very much believe in the future of 7579 modules. But I think the benefit is just that we don't need to explain any of that to wallets, and we can also support EOAs. So currently, Token Pocket, SafePal, who are integrating this right now, they support they're still EOA wallets. They don't support smart accounts. So then we couldn't go to market with them with such a solution. And then also for Magic Spend++, most of the smart contract-based resource lock solutions don't. Like, it's an open question whether that's going to work with 7702. The Rhinestone team claimed that it works with 7702. I don't know the details, but it's yet another thing that you need to explain to wallets how it's going to work. So I think it's quite complicated. And versus for us, it's straightforward to explain. And the trade-off is just latency. Also, the infrastructure is not as proven. Whoops. The infrastructure on the orchestrator side is not proven, versus the bridging infrastructure that we use is quite resilient and proven. Maybe that's another point. But yeah, ultimately, we also want to either use a token-based or smart contract-based resource lock to improve the latency. No, thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with for do You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess. Scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with These firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lad runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging nodes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as beat, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing. Buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And our bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are proof-afraid. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with do do with do 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 with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk. Like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers hopping, you're just a rat with These firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaps at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. To get homemade in 7-4 time.
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm so happy to be here to talk about Chainlink and to talk a bit about how to build the cross-chain applications using the Chainlink CCIP. So my name is Solange Gueiros. I work on DevRel, and these are all my contacts. I'm so proud and came from Brazil to be here. This is the presentation. I will stay like 5 seconds here to be sure that you can get the presentation. Yeah, I think we are good. Almost done? Yes, let's go. So this is the Chainlink bounties here in the hackathon. We have a track related to the Chainlink CCIP that I'm teaching now for you. And we have 3,000 for the best 3 projects. Also, we have the Connect with the World, all the other Chainlink services. And we have 3 prizes as well of 2,000 each. And I'm doing live code here. This is so excited. So let's start talking about oracles. So what is an oracle and what is the challenger? We have so many blockchains, and we must connect these blockchains. First, with all the information that we have outside of the world. Second, between blockchains. I don't believe that one blockchain is better than the others, but we have it too much. They must communicate. And this is the goal of the interoperability and the goal of CCIP. When you talk about oracles in general, we can have it oracles to get temperatures or satellite data, or my watch information, or maybe some soccer information, or related to the weather, or a lot of financial information as well. Everything we must use inside your blockchain. You must use inside smart contracts. And this is what Chainlink does for you. So we are those decentralized Oracle networks with different services. We have services for data, any kind of data. Imagine codes. I'd like to know the code of it in USD, so I can use data feeds. I can use data streams as well, if I'd like to get these codes in the exactly second that I need to use that. Maybe I'd like to get random numbers, and if I try to do that inside the blockchain, this can be manipulated. So better to have the random numbers outside using VRF. In the same way, the smart contracts cannot execute itself. It must some external agent to call some function inside the smart contracts. This is automation. And if you'd like to prove some reserve, like the reserves of some Bitcoin has and his representation inside the Ethereum network, you can use proof of reserve to prove reserves in other chains or in banks or any kind of external system. In the same way, imagine that you'd like to have to call an external API using a JavaScript code inside your smart contract. You can use Chainlink functions and do that and call any external API and bring and use all the information in your smart contract. And I'm here to talk about CCIP. So let's see CCIP working. This is the developer portal, so everything that you must learn, the get started for every project is over there. And this is, like I said before, blockchains are isolated networks, like islands, and they must communicate each other. This is the CCIP protocol, the cross-chain interoperability protocol. My goal today is to teach you more about this, but because I'd like to do something live, I'm doing first the live code to be sure that I have time to have everything done, and then I'm explaining more for you. My live code with you will be a cross-chain NFT emoji that is based on the Bitcoin price and also based on the chain. So, if I'm minting my NFT from Sepolia, the background will be blue. If I'm minting the NFT from Avalanche Fuji, the background is red. But if I'm minting from Polygon Amoy, for example, I'm only using testnets, it will be purple. And why I have different emojis over there? If the Bitcoin price is up, since the last time that I use it, my emoji is happy. But if the Bitcoin is down, like yesterday, my emoji is so sad. But maybe between one and another, the Bitcoin price didn't change or was not updated. So I have the flat face. So is this. Like I said before, I'm using Chainlink CCIP. And what is this? Imagine that we are starting over there. You are in the Censorship blockchain, and you are the user interacting with the chain. You are sending some message. In my case, the message will be the mint command to the NFT that is in the other blockchain. And I must say the destination blockchain. The router, you take care of everything that I need, including talk with all the nodes in the decentralized Oracle network. And I can send data, messages, and tokens. I could transfer tokens cross-chain as well, only tokens, or maybe both. And then the router in the other side, the destination blockchain, you receive the message, and it is processing that message in another smart contract, and then is going to you, to the end user. So let's do it. I have some done for you, and I'd like to show you. I made this last night. I can include and refresh this now. And you can see that here I have two. Oh, I'm not on the internet. So let's solve this in another way. I think my router will be on. Action needed, but I prefer to go to mine. Let's see what's faster now. Yeah, done. So anyway, I think I'm connected now, and I am come here, and yes. So what I have here, I have two emojis that I created yesterday, one on Sepolia, another on Fuji, and I'm creating the third one now from Avalanche Fuji as well, and we should see the other one here. But I already created two smart contracts. One of that, it was the cross-chain NFT price. I also created the smart contract prepared to receive the message, the cross-destination minter. And now, with you, I'm creating the cross-source minter, the smart contract that is sending the mint command to the other chain. Let's do that. In order to do that, I must communicate with my smart contract on Sepolia. So I have it here in some place. OK, let's reconnect as well. I have it in another place to be faster. So this is the address of my smart contract on Sepolia. And I'm pasting it here in order to deploy. Let's see. Probably why is not good, because I'm not connected in the network. So let's connect in my wallet first. This is the problem when I lock my computer and now I come back and must do everything again. Live, terrible, so dangerous. And here we are. I am on Avalanche Fuji. I am connected here as well. No, I'm not. Oh, now it seems yes, almost. Let's see my wallet here. Come on. I don't have time to wait. OK, let's refresh. I can explain more things for you because I must wait. So let's go to the presentation a bit more. So what kind of capabilities I have using Chainlink CCIP? Like I said before, I have the token transfers. I can send any kind of token. I can create my own token and do the cross-chain transfer. This is so cool. Also, I can send messages like I'm doing now. And my message is the mint command to the other chain, interacting with a smart contract in the other chain. And also, I can mix both. Imagine that I can send some token and then send some hash. So get the token and stake the token and do whatever you'd like to do. Let's see if it's working now. My remix is crazy. Oh, let's talk a bit more. So talking more about the messages, because I'm doing messages with you here. Including this. OK. So talking about messages. Yeah, it seems that I will try the other internet. And I already is in the middle. Oh, 10 minutes. Yeah, everything is off now. OK, I should download the presentation, I know. At least let's see if I have it now. Okay, so talking about the messages, the kind of messages that I can use. Imagine that I can use a message to rebalancing an index in the other chain. Or, like I'm trying to do here, minting a specific NFT. Or update the state in a game. Or calling any arbitrary function with the data that I'd like to use in the other blockchain. This is our goal. And like I said before, if I have a token and the message, I could do this, for example, in a lending protocol in the other chain, or stake, or use like a collateral for a loan, or you can think about it. It's so amazing. Yes, I think now will be good. Let's go, let's go. Again, let's see if I lost my wallet. No, my wallet is here. Here is good as well. Oh, now it's working. Let's get my destination minter that I'm trying to do now with you. At least trying. Still almost trying. Let's talk more. So, how can I pay the fees? I'm paying because, imagine, I have fees in the Censorship blockchain, and I have fees in the destination blockchain. How can I pay the fees? I'm paying everything in the Censorship blockchain, and the CCIP router is calculating how much will be the fees in the destination blockchain. So when I am in the Censorship blockchain, I already can know how much token I need to pay the fees in the other chain. I can pay the fees using the native token, or I can pay the fees using Link, the Chainlink token. Here I'm using the Link token. And my goal is to deposit some Link token inside my smart contract and then use this in the other chain. Let's see. Oh, I can't believe on that. Now it's not loading my smart contract. Perfect. One more time trying, and let's go forward. So this is the our mechanism that we're talking about. Even I'm not using token now, but if I have a token, I should have a token pool on each chain with different mechanisms. For example, you can lock the tokens in the Censorship blockchain and unlocking the other, or minting the other blockchain, or not for native tokens, but if you are the owner of the token, you can maybe burn the token in one chain and then mint in the other chain as well. So all the possibilities can be done for you. And this is all the process. You can see here that it's not only one network. We have 3 different networks to help you. One network is related to the risk management, to be sure that every step is really secure. Then we have another network, another DON, only to commit the transaction. So you commit the transaction, you have the risk management that is take care of everything, and at the end, the executing DON, you really execute the transaction in the destination blockchain, okay? And let's come back here. I'd like to do this live. Yes, now we work. No, geez, let's go. Cross-chain minter, yes. Connect again. Get. So, get the address. Oh, why the other is not working? Hello. Ah, yes. Okay. So, go here. I'm interacting with this contract now. Deploy. Go. Not yet. Let's deploy again. Let's see if I have some problem here. No. It's still getting my balance. Yes, error. Okay, I know. You didn't connect yet. Okay, let's talk a bit more. So, how can I know what I'm doing? How can I see the transactions, the cross-chain transactions? We can use the CCIP Explorer to see the transaction in one chain, and when I have the confirmation in the other chain, I can see the transaction over there as well. And And why is so important to have, and I'm not going to the slide mode anymore, okay? Why is so important to have cross-chain applications? Like I said before, we don't have only one blockchain in the world, and for the user, it's so hard to have different blockchains and to know which they are doing each blockchain. So they must have application and systems that they don't care in each blockchain they are anymore. And this, we should have apps and wallets and DeFi and NFT and game application that work in different chains, and this is transparent to the user. So all of this, it's important to our final network. Let's try again. Oh, at least now it seems that transaction will happen. Yes. I know that I don't have time to finish, but I should have 6 minutes and I have 4. So when the transaction is done, I will have a new contract over there. And what this contract is doing? This contract is sending the transaction to the other blockchain, okay? This is the router on Fuji. I'm interacting with Fuji. You can see here. I'm going to Sepolia, to my smart contract, and I have the mint on Sepolia over there to do that. And yes, timeout. Yeah, it will be really hard to do that. Yeah. I made the others before, and I don't have it now. Okay, at least I have these two that you can see that I made yesterday. I really would like to do one now. Let's see how they are. So moving forward a bit more. Oh, I tried to go to the presentation mode. I can't. So remember that we have bounties related to CCIP, and go to our developer portal. We have the examples of everything that I tried to do here, but sorry, I could not do everything now. We have the bounties for CCIP, but also the bounties for all the other Chainlink services. And if you use both, maybe we can win in both tracks. This will be so amazing. And this is my presentation. Let's have some minutes here, some seconds. Also, I know that I could not do this live with you, but this is all the requirements that you should have. It's in the presentation. All the information related to the link token. And let's talk a bit more related to the risk management network. What is this network doing? Imagine that someone would like to try to send a transaction in the destination blockchain that doesn't exist in the source blockchain. They will catch this. You cannot do that. Imagine that you have different balances between the chains. You never can do that. And this is not on a single computer. It's a full network that takes care of this, and this is independent of the other networks that is proposing the transaction. So we have the segregate of roles over there to be sure that this is really, really secure for you. And I think it's this. So I have 1 minute, so thank you so much. Do you have any question? We have a table in the other side of this, so we have some people from Chainlink over there as well that they can help you. And also I have people here, Roberto, Darby, Zubin, Sofia. Hey, hello everyone. Yes. All of them are from Chainlink. They are here to help you as well. We are here all the weekend, all the hackathon. I'd like to have you amazing projects with you. So thank you so much.
And the lab coat on fire, sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 Shaboom goes the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urgent notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are brew upgrade. Let the city on sports and chains.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yeah. So, my name is Antonio. I'm a developer relations engineer at Matter Labs, which is the team behind CK Sync, the Elastic Network. And today we're going to talk about Web3 UX, why it sucks, and the things we're doing to fix that. So before we start, we are one of the sponsors of the hackathon, and we have $25,000 in prizes in 4 tracks. And we have prepared a repo with all the information that you need to build on any of these tracks. We have examples, tutorials, the requirements, etc. So if you're a builder, just scan this QR code, and you will have all the info there. And I also have this QR code at the end, so that's OK. So yeah, why is Web3 not mainstream yet? Well, there are a lot of pain points when you are using Web3 applications. Like, for example, you need to create a wallet, and when you create a wallet, you have to manage your private key. You have to store it somewhere, not on paper. You don't have to take a picture. Nobody knows how to securely store a private key, to be honest. Then you have to sign every transaction, which is really a bad experience. It adds a lot of friction. You have to deal with gas fees. You have to pay for everything that you do on-chain. And in general, apps feel clunky compared to Web2 applications. I'm sure you've seen this video from an on-chain game where every single bullet is on-chain and you have to accept every transaction. To be honest, I'm not sure if this is real or it's just a parody, but this is kind of what it is right now, interacting with Web3 applications. And yeah, other pain points obviously are hacks, FTX, Terra, scams, but yeah, that's for another talk. So the vision is Web3 should feel like Web2, and instead of on Web2 you can log in with Google with just one click. On Web3 you have to install an extension in your browser or an app, and you have to create a wallet. On Web2 you can, if you forget your password, you can recover it easily. On Web3, if you forget your private key and you lose it, basically you're done. On Web2, when you interact with an application, everything is instant. On Web3, what you get is a confusion approval for a transaction with a bunch of random letters and numbers that nobody knows what they mean. And in general, in Web2, there are no friction, but in Web3, it's painful as hell. So the vision is like users shouldn't even realize that they're using blockchain. And if we want to onboard millions of users, we need to make blockchain invisible. So this is something that we've been working on a lot in the past 2 years. And there are a few features of ZK Sync that really helps improve this experience. Well, the first one, ZK Sync Era and all the chains in the Elastic network, they are either layer 2 rollups or validiums. So transactions are very, very cheap compared to Ethereum. Block times are super fast. We're talking about 1-2 seconds. So yeah, that's one thing. Again, we have native account abstraction, and it's integrated at protocol levels, and all accounts on ZK Sync Era and all the chains of the Elastic network are smart contract accounts, even externally owned accounts. We have paymasters, which are these special smart contracts that allows application developers to sponsor transactions on behalf of the users, so they don't have to have ETH on their wallets to actually use your app. And a few months ago, we launched ZK Sync SSO, which basically enables apps to easily onboard users, but allowing them to not have a wallet and use passkeys and biometrics from your phone, like Face ID or your fingerprint, and then the use of sessions, so they don't have to confirm every transaction. And I want to focus on the last two, on Paymasters and ZK Sync SSO. So yeah, gas fees, I mean, they are necessary, but they add a lot of friction for users. But if I'm a user, I really shouldn't have to have ETH to interact with an app. And Paymasters are basically what allow this. An application developer can deploy a Paymaster, fund it with some ETH, and then the Paymaster will pay the gas fees on behalf of the user. So that reduces the friction, which means it's better UX, so the users are happier. And on ZK Sync, we've been doing this for 2 years since we launched ZK Sync Era on mainnet. And there are a few projects that have launched since then, like Paymaster as a Service applications like Sci-Fi. that basically they deploy a paymaster for you, so you don't have to, as an application developer, you don't have to do it on your own. And basically you integrate it in your app, and then your transactions are free. It's pretty simple. And the other thing that we have also seen is a lot of collaborations between NFT communities and different applications on the network, where if you have one NFT, your transactions on different applications are free. This is an example from SyncSwap, which is a DEX on CK-Sync. And as you can see, I'm trying to swap some ETH for USDC. And as I have one CK Veggie, which is an NFT collection on CK-Sync, the transactions are free. And this is something that we've seen a lot in the past 2 years. And yeah, this is great because we are getting rid of gas fees. But yeah, we're getting rid of gas fees, but this doesn't solve all of the other problems that users will still need to have a wallet, they still need to manage the private keys, they still have to accept or approve every transaction. So to solve that, that's where we have built this invisibility cloak for blockchain. And basically solving that problems means, at the end of the day, using smart contract accounts, using passkeys, and using sessions. And to do all these things, we built CK-Sync SSO, which stands for Smart Sign-On. SSO is a modular framework to create smart contract accounts, to authenticate users, and to create sessions. And developers can integrate it into their apps very easily. I will show an example later on. So the main features of SSO are we provide smart contract accounts based on ERC 7579, which is it's a template smart contract, and you can add modules like spending limits or limits to say which applications your smart account can interact with, things like that, and those modules can be extended. It provides passkey authentication, so there is no need for seed phrases. We have an open source authentication server as well. And then, as I mentioned, with sessions that can be configured, so you can configure the spending limit, or if their session is only allowed to interact with a specific smart contract or with a specific method of a smart contract, things like that, that we call them policies. We have integrated paymaster support, so you don't have to build your own paymaster and deploy it on CK-Sync. And soon we will have account recovery, so in case your account is not synced with iCloud or with Google Cloud, if you lose it, you can recover it through email, for example. So from a user point of view, how does this look like? So a user will sign up, use your Face ID or your fingerprint, then there is no seed phrases. The out server will deploy a smart contract account behind the scene, and the user will he will not see anything related to the account itself. When it comes to interacting with applications, there will be no pop-ups to accept transactions, and and that's it. So if you want to see it in action, users they don't need to have a wallet, so you can just open your phone with no MetaMask or no Rainbow Wallet or Coinbase Wallet or anything. You don't need anything. You just visit a website and you can connect. When you sign up, the account is deployed behind the scenes. And then normally what we do, or what the applications will do, is they will define a session with some policies, like the contracts to interact with and the limits to spend, things like that. And there will be no need to send transactions. Here's an example that we built. So this is on a phone. When you click on sign up, you will get this pop-up. And these are the policies that will be created, like the target smart contract that will set this session will be allowed to use. And I was recording this on my laptop, so I will scan my fingerprint. And then you're on your app. As you see on the top, there is a wallet, but that's totally optional. You can decide not to show it. And in this one, we're just minting an NFT, and as you see, there is no pop-up to accept the transaction or anything like that. Everything just works. There is no wallet. It's totally transparent from a user point of view. So if you want to integrate CK Sync SSO into your app, how do you do it? Well, right now, SSO supports both WACMI and Web3 modal, which are basically the most popular libraries to build front ends. You install the npm package with npm or whatever package manager that you're using. Then you create a connector and define your session policies, and then add that connector to your WACMI config, and that's it. This is how it looks like on the code. So if you see the CK Sync SSO connector, it accepts the out server URL, which we provide one on CK Sync Era testnet at the moment, so you can use that one by default. And then on your session, you can define the fee limit, which is like how much ETH can this session spend in gas fees. And then contract calls is an array of the policies that this session will be allowed to. So in the example below, the policy was that the session was allowed to interact with the NFT smart contract and only with the mint function of that smart contract. If someone else steals the session private key and tries to do something else, like transferring the ETH or interact with other application, the transactions will be reverted. Once you have your connector, if you are using WACMI, you just pass it to the connectors, and that's basically it. I mean, from a front-end point of view, there's nothing else that you have to do because WACMI manages everything behind the scenes. So yeah, to start building, if you're an application developer, you can enable gasless transactions by using a paymaster, but basically SSO takes care of everything. So you can integrate it on CK Sync Era today. SSO is available on testnet, and it will be on mainnet soon. But also SSO is not meant to be just a wallet that will replace the wallets for everyone. We provide it as a starter kit for chains or wallet developers. So if you are building a wallet or you're building your own chain and you want to build your own smart wallet, you can use SSO as a starter kit. For example, Abstract Global Wallet, Sophon, they're using the SSO smart contracts behind the scenes. Yeah, that's basically it. That was fast. If you want to try the SSO demo that I was showing you before, you have the QR code over there. And then, again, the hackathon resources for any builders. And yeah, that was it. 15 minutes. That was faster.
energy nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just got you. 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 Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we biddy led this city on sports and chains. We biddy led this city with regen brains. We biddy led this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we biddy let the city on sports and chains. We biddy let the city with regen brains. We biddy let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are pre-upgrade. Bid led the city on sports and chains. We bid led the city with regen brains. We bid led the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel. Wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if you chains choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs. Armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes, doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Steadoo-doo-doo, boo-boo-doo-doo-doo.
Hello? Nice. Hello, my name is John. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Moongate. I believe if you're here at the conference, you must have interacted with our technology effectively. I mean, we do quite a lot of stuff, but I think most people know us as a comprehensive kind of NFT ticketing solution. And today I'm here to just share more about our full range of solution and kind of share about what we've been cooking in the last kind of couple of years. So first of all, what is Moongate? I think to answer this question, it's best to just take a step back and kind of explain like how I got into this space. So I am not a technical person at all. I'm more like a business guy. So when I came into the crypto space, I've always been quite perplexed by all the really technical jargons and complexity. But what I observed was that among the wave of kind of technicalities, there's a lot of practical use cases of kind of blockchain and crypto that wasn't really being utilized. And so when I came into this space about 3 to 4 years ago, I decided to really look for practical use cases of crypto and blockchain and build a company around it. So at the very beginning, we started off as just like an NFT gallery. That's just because I used to be a very big NFT holder. But eventually, we continued to grow. And fast forward to today, we are kind of a full one-stop shop kind of Web3 ticketing and engagement platform. To date, I mean, our platform is currently used by about 1.5 million end users. Our platform is used by many different event organizers with people across like 40 different countries. And we've actually helped empower over 10 million event interactions using our platform. And so definitely there is, I would say, some level of product market fit here in terms of kind of what we're building. And our platform is also kind of trusted by quite a few major players in Web3 and also in Web2. In Web3, I mean, Binance is kind of one of our core user. Of course, ETH here is our user as well. But even outside of Web3, we've had a lot of success in securing Web2 clients to utilize our platform. Now, in terms of what our product actually offers, so underneath kind of the we offer kind of three main things. Number one, we have a no-code platform for people to create campaigns. These campaigns could be like NFT ticketed events, kind of more or less like what you see here at ETH Denver. You could also use our platform to create like NFT-based memberships. And we've done a lot of these for like major Web2 clients in the past. Some of the cooler ones include powering the entire membership system for a major conglomerate in Asia, all using the same platform. And of course, besides that, you can also utilize our platform to create like scavenger hunt and like real world quests, where you can encourage your users and attendees to actually do more and be more engaged at real life events. And so this entire platform, because I'm not a technical person, we built it such that any non-technical user could also use. Specifically, they can just go to our merchant portal, which is portal.moongate.id, and just quickly and easily launch these campaigns as quick as maybe 5 minutes. And so that's kind of what the campaign creation module is. But that's not all, because I think with Moongate, we're really focused on not just issuing these tickets, but also giving them a purpose. And so specifically for us, we make it easy for people to kind of create like referral codes, promo codes to encourage people to share about your event. We also have like different incentivized kind of rewards, and you can also do kind of NFT gated benefits that a lot of our clients have done. So for example, maybe if you hold like an ETH Denver ticket, you might be eligible for different types of discounts and rewards at different venues based on your NFT holding. And we've also built out like a gated community channel whereby basically each event organizer in theory could create their own exclusive community channel for people that attend their events to kind of connect. And finally, I think we pride ourselves a lot in our analytics and CRM capabilities. I think how we compare to like Luma and Eventbrite, some of our Web2 competitors, is that the data is actually fully owned by you, and you also get access to all the data. We're not holding back anything, whereby kind of the other platforms are. And with that data, you can do a ton of things. Of course, there's kind of real-time data and performance reports that you can generate. But you can also use that data to start rewarding your loyal attendees. So imagine if you are maybe like a Taylor Swift fan, you might be able to get kind of exclusive rewards based on your past attendance and your past interaction at kind of various interaction points. And so I think like with our platform, what we're trying to make possible is the ability to extend your kind of interaction and your customer lifetime kind of journey rather than just like a single interaction at a particular event. And of course, with our platform, we also have fully built-in kind of email marketing capabilities. And so it's really a kind of comprehensive suite of product that allows any event organizers, brands to issue campaigns with absolutely kind of no technical knowledge required. In terms of kind of what to expect, so we've observed that the people that have utilized our product have seen a minimum of kind of 40% increase in engagement, as well as a significant boost in their retention rate. And as mentioned, with our platform, it makes it possible for you to engage with your attendees or your customers before, during, and even after these kind of events. And this is really unlike what you see at Luma or other kind of Web2 platforms, where really your interaction with your customer just starts and ends at the point of sale. At the same time, as mentioned, we also have a ton of live data and metrics that is very helpful, and again, not available in kind of standard Web2 platforms. And then finally, if you are a foundation, if you have your own blockchain, what's unique about our platform is that we can make it so that all the NFT assets that's issued through our platform to be issued through your blockchain. And we've been doing this a lot with many different major foundations like Binance, with Avalanche, and a ton of other kind of foundations. And the benefit of that is obviously that you could drive a lot of kind of, number one, like a lot of on-chain activities. Number two, as you are already hosting a lot of these side events, you can actually start to convert these attendees to like practical asset holders of your foundation. And so it just lowers the entry barrier a lot for these users and helps you kind of capitalize them and make your kind of spending and effort better. And basically, we offer this as a single kind of white labeled solution. So the whole thing would be under your brand. And I'll show you later in kind of one of the case studies what it looks like. But yeah, you can kind of see that as like your fully owned white label NFT ticketing platform for your foundation or for your blockchain. So we've had quite a lot of kind of really positive testimonials. I mean, in the interest of time, I probably won't go through each of them, but all of our major customers have kind of really loved our product. And I would say like the key feedback that they give is that our platform is just so much easier to use and so seamless to use compared to all the other alternatives that they have seen. And I think if you've actually attended ETH Denver last year as well, you'll hopefully notice how big of a difference between kind of the last year vendor is versus kind of us. And we aim to kind of continue doing that kind of going forward and provide the most seamless NFT ticketing experience for all kind of users, regardless of if you have or do not have any crypto experiences. So as promised, here I'm going to go through some of the case studies that we have. Binance is one of our kind of marquee clients. They actually utilize our platform to power all of their events globally. I mean, we've been working with them for about a year and a half on this, and this should be released fairly soon. When I say fairly soon, like probably this month or next. But effectively, we've helped kind of built out a fully white label platform for them, where you can see everything is under the Binance brand, and people can just kind of go to their event pages to purchase these NFT tickets that's issued through the OPBNB chain. And actually with this, they're able to use us to power over 1,500 events each year using our platform. And again, I think for them, the key objective of why they even choose us is that they want kind of a seamless, tailored experience for their users. And the prior vendor that they were using, which is called Cvent, they just don't provide that. And so with our platform, we can provide a lot more customization, a lot more configuration and flexibility. And fundamentally, because we're a Web3 platform, Web3 company, we kind of just love to work with people and just help them make sure that both Web2 and Web3 users can experience this good experience with like no technical friction whatsoever. And so yeah, do expect for this platform to go live in kind of couple of weeks. And you should kind of see quite a bit of excitement around that. Another kind of exciting module that was utilized in kind of a couple months ago is what we did with Token 2049. Specifically, the key objective that they had was that they wanted to drive more on-site engagement and kind of drive traffic to different areas of interest when people attend the event. And if you went to the event, you'll see that there were, I think, 15 to 20 different unique activities that you can do at the event. I mean, some of them include like a climbing wall, there's, I think, ice bath, and a ton of other activities that you could do. And the key here is that they wanted to, like I said, encourage people to check out these different venues. And we were able to do that. So we built basically a scavenger hunt platform for them. Again, using the same kind of tech that we already have. And any one of you, if you want to use our platform, you can also access this. And just through this kind of platform, attendees were able to complete these different activities. They were able to compete with one another, and all of that to kind of earn points. And when they earned enough points, they're able to redeem for various real-life prizes. And so really just kind of created a very complete scavenger hunt experience that was able to kind of drive a ton of real-world participants. And as you can see, in total, I think we had over 1,500 participants that participated and over 6,000 quests completed. And so it was a massive success, and they were so kind of happy with what we built that they kind of immediately signed us on for like the subsequent events that they had. And I think for any attendees here that want to potentially explore this technology, of course, like I said, you can go right now to our platform, portal.moongate.id, to create these campaigns yourself. But if you want a more white labeled service where it's branded under your own name, then please contact kind of one of us to help you create that white label experience. I mean, ETH Denver, you guys kind of experience it here yourself, so I won't go too deep into it. But the key thing is that they went with another vendor last year, and the experiences wasn't that great. And we smoothed out a lot of those kinks and just kind of help make sure that it could help seamlessly integrate with a lot of different vendors and partners that we had this year. And as you can see here, I mean, the success was quite successful, and we're able to do a ton for ETH Denver. And hopefully the organizers also feel that, and they would be inclined to work with us again next year. Now, just switching gears to some of the non-crypto native partners that we worked with. So one of which is called Wonderfruit. They're one of the biggest music festivals in Thailand each year, with about 30,000 attendees. People like to think of that as, what's that called? Okay, I forgot the name of that. But one of the Burning Man of Asia. So it's very big, tons of people fly into it. Effectively, the key objective here was that they were, again, trying to find ways to identify who their core groups of attendees and fans are. And this might sound confusing, but when they use Web2 platforms to sell their tickets, they actually cannot identify easily who their core fans and core supporters are. And that's, again, because they don't own the data, and these platforms do not share any of these data with them. And so that's why they decided to come to us as a solution that allows them to really identify and monetize on their core fans. And so what we were able to do with them is that we were able to help them sell various VIP tickets at a kind of pretty high price to identify who the true fans are. And post, of course, like as a VIP ticket holder, you're also entitled to a bunch of different benefits and rewards at the venue. And because the experience was so seamless, they decided at literally with like a day's notice that they wanted to drop an NFT memorabilia to literally every single one, every attendee that attended Wonderfruit. And so if you attended Wonderfruit, you would have probably collected one of these memorabilia NFTs. And again, about 90% of these users had no crypto knowledge at all. And so we would say that it's kind of been a fairly seamless experience. And yeah, I mean, that about kind of wraps up some of the case studies that we have. As mentioned, if you're interested in exploring our technology, please feel free to just go to our platform, moongate.id, to learn more about us. If you are an event organizer or if you're a brand, you can actually just go into our platform today, portal.moongate.id, to create your own campaign. And it doesn't cost any money, so feel free to just kind of try it out. And finally, if you want to create your own like white label experience, and maybe if you're a blockchain or you're a foundation that wants to take it to the next level and do something like what Binance is doing, then feel free to contact us and we can kind of provide that level of service for you as well. And yeah, that more or less concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for the time.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. finance architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do it do it do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 burner phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Pen it up, the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 Shaboom, those efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the boot fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, book. Bugging tomorrow She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your joint dead scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifier's huffing, you're just a rat with his firewall splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get home 887 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stays. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not compeller, order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial-up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging those dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he jumps right to you. 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 Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are proof of brain. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains.
All right, sorry I'm late. A little bit of a difficulties getting in today, but we're going to make this the best we can with the time we got left. So if you're in crypto 2025, you're probably very aware that interop presents itself as one of the most material problems the industry has left to solve. Myself, I co-founded Hyperlane. At Hyperlane, we've been working on these things for about 3 years, and we were vividly aware of this going to be one of the largest problems faced by the industry. And specifically, our approach to it is you have to do things in the form of an open framework. It has to be open source. It has to adhere to crypto values when it comes to open source and permissionlessness. Not just because of philosophical reasons, but also because that is the only way to scale. In our point of view at Hyperlane, how we think of the world and how we think of crypto advancing is, you're just not going to be able to serve a global internet scale type of demand through blockchains if you're going to have just one of them. It does not matter how performant that is, right? Like if you think of the internet that we have today, there's not like one server somewhere underground in a Fort Knox-like structure. There's an ungodly large number of servers distributed all over the world, and that's what serves the internet that we use today. We think that there is no way that the same construction, what we sometimes call horizontal scaling, is not going to materialize for crypto as well. Now, if that's going to make any sense, if you're going to have an increasingly large and increasingly rapid expansion in the number of chains, you need a way to connect those chains permissionlessly and scalably. And that's where something like Hyperlane, an open framework for interoperability, comes in. So normally I'd give you a brief on like what Hyperlane is. If you're not familiar with it, again, open framework for interoperability, been operating for a number of years. Today, it does the second most in terms of daily cross-chain messaging volumes. And you can use it today if you want to. You can go on the Hyperlane docs, download the CLI, and give it a shot. You could deploy it to any new chain yourself. You can deploy bridges through it, what we call warp routes, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more length. But our goal with Hyperlane, fitting with this view of there's going to be an increasingly large number of chains, is to simply let any single person connect any single chain. And beyond that, take it a step further, allow the creation of, sometimes we call them interop zones, sometimes we call them trade alliances. It's still early in the process, so not finalized on the naming, but we'll talk about just one such of these interop zones today. The first one is Superlane. This went live right around the time of DevCon at late November, and represents a joint effort between Hyperlane and the Velodrome team to bring a seamless interoperability experience between superchains. And so why does any of this matter beyond the fact that there's going to be a ton of chains, right? It's not just that the number of chains is expanding very rapidly. The industry is adopting new chain architectures very rapidly as well, right? If you go back just 2 years, we only had the OP stack as pretty much the only other way to build a homogenized type of chain in the EVM ecosystem. 2 years later, you have the OP stack, you have Arbitrum's Orbit, ZK Sync and their Elastic structure, you have Polygon and CDK, and I'm sure there's many more architectures that are missing out. That's just in the EVM world. Then think about the Solana world with the SVM. Up until now, there's really was only with Solana, but in the last few months, Hyperlane helped several new SVM chains launch, such as Eclipse, another called Soon, several more launching over the next few weeks. And it seems undeniable, based on the trajectory that we see, that you're going to actually get a divergence of architectures and the SVM as well. And all of this, and we didn't even get to some of the up-and-coming VMs like Telegram, like Move, and many others coming on. So now I think you're a developer, whether you're building an application or you're building a new chain, how much complexity do you have to inherit just because you want to be able to communicate between these different architectures and these different chain types? It gets pretty untenable pretty fast, and that's why there's a sort of interop crisis. That's where an open framework like Hyperlane comes in. So we're going to skip some of these parts. And so in more detail, what is Hyperlane really? in my view, interop protocols, interop frameworks really do three things. And that's how they deliver some value to somebody. And those three things that they do is, first, they provide a consistent interface. This is the way that you would message between one chain and another. Think of this as like the on-chain API that you as a developer interface with. In the case of Hyperlane, we call this the Hyperlane mailbox. The second thing these protocols are meant to do for you is provide some sort of security around the thing that you're sending, that communication between a number of chains. And the third thing is a guarantee around delivery. How do you make sure that you have that message that you're sending through the interface, you have a way to secure that message, how does it actually get to its destination? And so Hyperlane gives you all of these and lets you own, operate, and manage every single part of this. So as I mentioned before, you can go on the docs right now if you were so inclined. You could download the Hyperlane CLI. You could deploy all of this fairly easily to any chain you'd like. Never have to talk to me, never have to talk to anyone of the Hyperlane core team. You can just do things, as they say today. The fact that you get this consistent interface means that now your overhead is vastly reduced. The complexity you have to inherit just because you want to be operating across a number of chains and maybe a number of chain architectures, vastly reduced. Same interface everywhere you go. Meanwhile, Hyperlane takes care of that complexity for you. Perhaps my favorite thing, and where I think this notion of it being an open framework really comes in, is on the second item of what these frameworks do for you when it comes to security. You're not tied to any default setting or any, you're not forced to do anything you don't like. Hyperlane was the first to decouple security from the actual message passing and to modularize this part of the stack. And so with Hyperlane, anything that provides a state attestation or a state proof. So think it could be as simple as like as a system of several validators to as complex as the state of the art when it comes to zero knowledge proofs. Anything like that can be turned into a Hyperlane module. When you use Hyperlane, you have the option of just running on existing modules that other people have deployed and operated. And if you feel comfortable with those, you can go ahead. Or you could bring your own, and in that way, insulate yourself from taking on any third-party risk when it comes to your interop stack. Yes, you're using code that's been put together by a group that isn't yourself, but there's a huge advantage to that insofar as reducing the time you need to get to production. You're also using something that's been battle tested, that's delivered millions of messages, billions of dollars in volume, and has been tried and true and fits on many other chains and applications. So Superlane is one example of using a unique security module. So instead of depending on any existing security set, the Superlane collaboration is its first of its kind interop zone, where it has a unique set of validators who secure the message passing. They are spread across the superchain, and any app on the superchain that wants to use this is able to. Now, it's the first of these zones, but it certainly won't be the last of these zones. This type of architecture can be brought to any type of ecosystem or to any type of application. Right? So if you're out here and you're sitting and you're at one of these firms like zkSync or Arbitrum, or you're at one of the rollup providers. Actually, later today, one of the major rollup providers is going to announce their creation of just such a zone like this. You can use all of these building blocks to create a specific zone for your ecosystem, and it can use this today. So you can give your users state-of-the-art interop experience today, and when your native experience, your native security setting comes live, everyone who's already integrated this is able to seamlessly switch without having reinvented the integration. And perhaps the best part is you're not limited solely within the bounds of your ecosystem. You can connect with any other chain that already has Hyperlane. So today, that's a field of about 140 chains spread across many VMs. So a lot of other things I would want to talk about today. The last one before I go is the Open Intents Framework. This is a tool created with us in collaboration with the Ethereum Foundation was launched last week, and basically allows anyone who builds with intent to get to production much faster. If you have any questions on that, feel free to reach out to me, and thanks for your time.
Armor clinking with layer 2 lullaby, scalability scripture. She winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Coin, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grid, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, flurry, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Let it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spinball. Urging notes, dancing where the bottle.
All right, hey everyone. I'm Jacob from Filex, and I'm the DevRel at Filex. Today I'll talk a little bit about how we can improve smart contract security with assertions. So a little bit about who we are. We're a small team dedicated to solving security so that crypto can win. And what we're building is the credible security layer, which enables dApps to embed and verify, to embed and verifiably enforce their rules in the base layer, enabling the world to deploy capital confidently. So why should you care about security? In 2024, we had plus 2 billion lost to hacks. Yes, small story. Usually, I never have my slides ready in like very good time, but actually these slides were ready on Thursday. So I had to put in a small edit with the 1.5 billion that was lost on Friday, and we're not even in March for 2025 yet. So yeah, we're definitely facing some problems with security in this space in general. And a tendency we're seeing is that the amount of hacks is going up. So except for the incident with Bybit on Friday, the amounts are usually a little bit like smaller, but there are more hacks, which indicates that there are more projects, which is a good thing, but it also indicates that there are a lot of projects that don't care too much about security. So we should definitely fix this. Some of the ways people usually get their security improved is by audits, which is good. But the problem with audits is that they're very expensive, and often they're like a one-off event. So if you get an audit, that's good. Then a couple of months later, you upgrade your smart contracts, and your audit is basically rendered invalid. All right. Another cool tool is formal verification, but it's difficult. It's not for everyone. It's difficult to write, and it's difficult to like reason about it. And also, there is no such thing as perfect code. Like all code has bugs. So that is just like the hard facts. So what if I told you that you can basically improve your security without paying a lot of money to do it, and without like learning some obscure formal verification language? So that is where the Filex credible layer comes into play. And how does that work? You basically define what a hack looks like. So you can define a state that you don't want your smart contract to get into. And if you get into this state, that would basically mean that you like have an invalid state. And what our software will do, it will basically revert or ignore the transaction that would result in this. So we're doing actual hack prevention instead of next block mitigation or whatever we have other projects doing. We don't have any additional trust assumptions in our system, so we're based on L2s, where you already trust the sequencer. So we implement at the base layer with the sequencer as part of the block builder. And we basically, or we do simulate all transactions. So how it works is we take all the transactions that will go into the next block. Then off-chain, we simulate all the transactions. Then we compare the state after all these transactions and see if any of the transactions would get your smart contract into a state that you do not want. And if that is the case, we ignore the transaction that would lead to this state. So this is basically how we do hack prevention. And how do we define this? Like, how do we define these hack preventions? We do that through what we call assertions. And assertions are written in like very familiar syntax. You write them in Solidity using our credible STD library, which basically means you don't have any context switching as a Solidity developer. It's very familiar. You can call the same functions as you already have in your smart contracts, and you don't need to learn some obscure language for doing formal verification or whatever. What our library includes is a bunch of powerful precompiles that allow you to compare state before transactions and after transactions. So you could have like a value before the transaction, and then after the transaction you can compare it. And if it, let's say, it's a price from an oracle that is going up more than 20% in one transaction, then that's probably something's wrong, and you could just ignore that transaction. You can also get all state changes in a call stack, for example, for a specific storage slot, which can be useful for, again, detecting price manipulation attacks, something like that. So you have a bunch of very powerful tools that you cannot, that you don't have in vanilla Solidity, so to speak. And as I mentioned, you define what a hack looks like. And the cool thing about this is you don't have to worry about all the edge cases that could lead to your protocol being hacked. You just have to know what a hack looks like. You can also kind of say, you just have to know the invariants in your code. And how you can think about this is as reverse intents. So you define a state you don't want to get your app into, but you don't care about how it actually gets there. And another thing, it is not part of your smart contracts, so you can deploy them after the fact. Let's say you deploy your smart contracts and you realize you forgot to add some check to one of your functions or something like that, then you can actually add that check with an assertion after the fact. And in the same way, you could say, okay, we have an owner of one of our smart contracts. We know that we probably will never want to change the owner, but in case of emergency, we will want to change it. And instead of letting all addresses being a potential new owner, you can define just one address up front that you know if we ever change the owner, it will be changed to this address. So that can kind of prevent that if anyone compromises your multisig or your owner address, then they can still only change it to one other address that you already control. So it's a very good way that you can put some control patterns into your smart contract as well. How does it work? You have the order flow of transactions, which is sent to the sequencer or builder. Then we have our sidecar that runs all these DApp rules against the unfinalized transactions, what I talked about before, where we basically simulate all the transactions and only include then the transaction that passed the rule set that we've defined with our assertions. So what I mentioned a little bit earlier was these invariants. So invariance it's very important when you are developing your smart contracts that you have an idea of the invariance that your protocol should always maintain. It's not a new concept per se, but a lot of people start focusing on this. We have this example from 2 weeks ago from Trail of Bits where they wrote a blog post about invariant-driven development and why it's so powerful. So in general, you should always, as a smart contract developer, you should know what are the invariants of my protocol that I never want to break. This is a very powerful thing to do and a very good exercise to do. But on the other hand, it's often quite expensive to always check all your invariants in your Solidity code directly. So that's where you can use our assertions to define the invariants and make sure they're always enforced without having to have all these expensive checks within your smart contracts directly. Basically, an assertion could define an invariant. It could be that you never want the C ratio of your lending protocol to go above 75% or something like that. And if there would ever be a transaction that would result in that, then it would be ignored. So that's in general something that you should always think about in your protocol is like having good invariants and having them well defined. And that is true for all projects. So what does an actual assertion look like? It's a small code snippet like this. In this case, this is an example that we could have used to prevent the Euler finance hack back in 2023. What happened was that they introduced a new function called donate into their protocol. And this function did not have a health check. So it didn't check if by donating that some positions got into like deep water or underwater, sorry. So if you had an assertion that would always check this for all positions, then even if you forgot to add this check, the transactions that got the positions underwater would have still been prevented and the hack wouldn't have taken place. So here we have the example of an assertion that just checks for each modified account within a transaction if the position is still healthy. And this could have prevented something like the Euler finance hack, and it could also So I think a good example here is that even if you, after the fact, introduce some bug, then if you have a good invariant in place, it will always catch these mistakes that developers make. In a similar way, we have the ability to get state changes for all the calls in the call stack. So in this case, we're checking if an oracle that is reporting a price has any high deviations within the call stack of a transaction. So this could be in the case of a price manipulation attack. We can basically see, does anything happen within this transaction that looks like the price is being manipulated? In this case, we check if more than 10% deviation is taking place. And if it is, then probably something is wrong and the transaction will be ignored or reverted. So you basically, with this, you can really get in deep into your protocol and define things that you never want to happen without worrying about how exactly someone could be manipulating the price oracle. Okay, so where are we at the moment? We are just about to start our closed beta round with the Nemian phase. So if you're interested to learn a little bit more, come find me after the talk. We're also doing white glove onboarding at the moment. So we want to talk to a lot of protocols and understand what their invariants would be and how we can help them with assertions. And as that, like for that, we would also be happy to write some assertions for you if you're interested in exploring this further. And we also have a full demo where we can show all the things that's possible. So if anyone's interested in that, please contact me, reach out. So let's solve security basically, so crypto can win. It's super important that we do better at this. I think that's all for me. Please reach out if you have any questions. I would love to get in touch. And also if you are a skilled Rust developer, we are also hiring at the moment. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Every day, cows are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Sport marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need you. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are proof of brain. We led the city on sports and chains. We led the city with regen brains. We led the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's if your chain's choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco ball, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. To do with a do with a do with do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Quantaries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your joint dead scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked balls like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it. Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Urgent notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin book. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. wings flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI? Nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? Prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging nodes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle, oh, just got to oh, just got to oh, just got to oh, just got to. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. So we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. Rug pulls just pure on chain. If you faded, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are pre-upgrade. Let the
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Till, and I'm the co-founder and CTO at Blockus. So a little bit about myself. My background is in computer science, and Blockus got started as a research project at the University of Southampton. So we were doing research on analysis of performance and security of blockchains, and basically coming up with standardized ways to compare different protocols. So a lot has changed since then, and the past few months have been quite exciting for us. So we were part of the most recent Techstars London cohort. I won a couple of prizes at ETH Global San Francisco in October, and we recently got a grant from the Ethereum Foundation. Public testnets are painstaking. Public testnets are supposed to be a replica of mainnet, but they have a serious design flaw. They have no incentive mechanisms. So they're basically a shared network that's used for free by everyone. And because of that, we have a lot of congestion and abuse. So I'm sure most of us had issues with faucets before, not being able to get test tokens. Maybe you've heard the story about girly ETH being actually traded at quite a significant value because it was so difficult to get test tokens on the girly Ethereum testnet. And then when we look at some of the biggest teams in Web3, this is from the Uniswap docs, where they say they don't have the resources to support all of these different testnets. And even the testnets where Uniswap is supported, the experience is very different than mainnet because the data is different, because the liquidity pools are different. And that's the same pretty much for any DeFi protocol. It's the same for things like cross-chain protocols. This is from Layer 0. They recommend not to use Sepolia because it's so unreliable. They do support different testnets, but you can imagine that for each testnet that they support, they need to spend a lot of resources on keeping that maintained. A lot of teams are forced to build directly on mainnet because the components that they're using are not supported on public testnets. So they usually go for some sort of L2 mainnet because the gas fees are lower. But the risk of doing that is extremely high. And also the incentive is wrong because the more testing or development you do, the more fees you have to pay. So potentially we end up with applications that have more bugs and more issues. So how do we solve that? What we're proposing is a decentralized operator network for all blockchains. So what I mean by that is a network of nodes or operators who can spin up any sort of decentralized network or blockchain. So rather than having these sort of fragmented public testnets, we would have one network that can spin up these different environments that have all of the protocols and components that you need to do your development. And the main difference is that not everyone will be developing on the same shared network, but people will have their own personal environments. So you can control that personal environment. It can be private, but you can share it publicly or with specific people. And the important part is that you can get an unlimited faucet, mainnet data, and full support for things like cross-chain protocols, oracles, wallet infrastructure, and DeFi protocols. These environments are only active when they're actually being used, so it also reduces the cost for any operators. So just to recap, what we're proposing is a decentralized network that contains these different environments, and these environments can basically support any protocol or any component. How do we do that? Most of what we're doing is open source, and we're going with a Web3 native approach. And we're using an open source technology called Kurtosis. And Kurtosis allows us to basically spin up these environments in a very reproducible way. Kurtosis is very modular, so it's structured in these different Kurtosis packages. And these packages basically define anything that's specific about a certain protocol or component. And there's already quite a few well-maintained packages, like the Ethereum package, which is used by the Ethereum Foundation and many node client teams to do their development and testing. We have developed packages for L2s, for cross-chain protocols like Layer 0, for DeFi protocols like Uniswap, and there's already other teams developing their own packages as well. The important part about these packages is that they're modular and work together. So if you, for example, need an environment that supports Arbitrum, Ethereum with Layer 0 in between, and you're building an application on top of Uniswap, all you have to do is run these packages, and you get an environment that has exactly these components. What we're doing on top of that is building components to make the developer experience even better. So we have a UI that basically allows to create these environments and manage these environments in a very easy way. State management allows us to shut down these environments and spin them back up again with exactly the same data. And we're also thinking about more sophisticated things, like being able to recover all the data, all the states of the network if something goes wrong, or being able to share state across different environments. So if someone is developing an application in one environment, you could import it in your environment and actually build on top of it. Then we have forking, so we're having access to mainnet data so that you can develop your application against actual mainnet data and have the same experience as you would on mainnet. And all of this can be run by anyone. It can even be run locally on your computer. But what we're working on is a better incentive structure for these operators, so that we have environments that are highly available, but also at a minimal cost for users. So let's have a look and actually see what this looks like in our platform. So this is what our dashboard looks like. The first thing you would usually do is create a new environment. So at the moment, we support Ethereum and a few of the L2s. And as of today, we also support Layer 0. So if we would go ahead and create a new network, we could give it a name. Forking is enabled by default. We can choose the different block height, or we can also have an empty network that doesn't have any data in it yet. We can configure a lot of different parameters, so we could change the block time to have a faster network or a slower network. We could change the gas limit to experiment. And we can also change the nodes in the network. So we can choose from all of the different execution clients. We can choose from all the different consensus clients. So if we go ahead and create this network, we get a summary here. We can go ahead and start the network. And I actually already created a few networks. So this will just take a few minutes, but in the meantime, we can have a look at the Ethereum network that I already created. The first thing that I'll probably do is add the network to my wallet. So I've already done that. So we can see here, I'm connected to this Ethereum network. At the moment, I have a balance of 0 ETH and 0 for all of these tokens. So what I can do is I can use this unlimited faucet here to get some tokens. So I could paste my address here, or I can even import it from my MetaMask wallet. So let's go with this address, and let's go ahead and send some ETH. Oh, there's an issue. Let's try that again. It might, yeah, it looks like a nonce issue, but we'll see. All right. I think this should work now. There we go. A little issue for live demos always, but now we can see that actually I got sent 100 ETH, so I can do a lot of testing. If we wanted to, we could also actually send us some stablecoins, so I could send myself some USDC. Just give that a couple of seconds again, but I'm sure it will work this time. All right. There we go. So if I go now back into my wallet, I'll see in a second. Let's give it a second. There we go. So there's the 100 USDC that I got. We can also verify the transaction in the Block Explorer. So this is a standard Block Explorer. We can see this transaction of 100 USDC. And in the Block Explorer, we'd also be able to see all the blocks that are being produced. Then we have the RPC, so that if we want to deploy any contracts or interact with the network. And then what we can do with these networks is share them with other people. So I can share them with specific people, or I can even create a public link so that anyone can use this network, use the unlimited faucet, deploy contracts, and so on. If any networks are shared with me, they would come up here on this tab. But at the moment, I just have my own networks. The next thing, we can also see the configuration here. We can see this is actually a network that forks Ethereum mainnet. And what I did here is a very simple UI to basically show that this is an actual fork network and that it uses, that it has all the data from Uniswap in the background. So again, we can connect the wallet. So this is my wallet being connected. So let's choose USDC, for example. I can see my balance. Let's do maybe 10 USDC. And convert that to DAI. Again, that might be something that takes a little bit, because in the background, what it would do is basically, it would look at all the different liquidity pools and try to find a good quote for this. This could be improved probably quite a lot to be faster by using subgraphs to get the data, the quote. But the reality is that all the contracts exist in this network, so I can actually convert the things. So I think there's always a little issue on the first try. We just give it a bit more. In the meantime, what I can show you, one more thing that's quite cool is we can also have pre-funded addresses, which actually have a lot of tokens in there. So I can have this account, for example, that has, as you can see, almost a billion ETH. So if I wanted to do any sort of testing on Uniswap, for example, of what happens if I do a huge trade of 100,000 converting USDC to DAI, for example, what would the slippage be? So you can see now it took a while, but we got the quote. Let's switch back to this wallet. Oh, we'll do another quote, but there we go. So we will get 10 DAI for that. So let's do the swap. There you go. So it'll ask me to confirm in my wallet. So first I have to confirm this. There we go. Yeah, it's not the fastest, but it will do it. Just give it a sec. Sometimes we can also, oh, there we go. There's the request, so I can confirm that. Okay, and that's successful. We can see the transaction here. It's still pending, but we'll go through in a sec. There we go. So that's confirmed. So now I should be able to see my DAI that I got in this account as well. So then one more thing that I want to show you is actually the support for layer 0. So I already created an Arbitrum network as well, and I have the Ethereum one, and then I deployed layer 0 to connect those two networks. So those of you who are familiar with layer 0, we have what's called an executor and the DVN, which are basically on and off chain components that verify the messages and then execute them on the destination chain. So what I did already is I deployed a sample OAP, a contract on both of those chains, and I want those two contracts to communicate with each other. So if I go into the Block Explorer, I can see that this is here the contract that I deployed on Ethereum. It's a very simple contract, which basically just allows me to send and receive messages, and messages that it receives, it stores in a variable called data. So if we actually read this contract, if we read the data, we'll be able to see nothing received yet. And it will be exactly the same on Arbitrum as well. So let's just have a look. Yeah, so it's the same here on Arbitrum, so nothing received yet. So if I just go into my code, what I did in here in the configuration is basically use those values from the dashboard to connect those two networks, the Arbitrum and Ethereum. And then I have a very simple script here which sends a message from one network to the other. So let's actually send a message. Let's send it from Ethereum to Arbitrum. Let's do a message. All right, that should be good. So we can execute that. So again, because both of those networks are forked networks, we have the endpoint contracts from layer 0. So all of that exists. And all we're deploying is basically the relayers that bring the messages from one chain to the other. So you can see there was a fee for this cross-chain transaction. So it's sending the message now. So it's sending this on Ethereum. That will be picked up by those off-chain components. It will be verified that this was actually sent on Ethereum, and then it will be brought to Arbitrum. So we can confirm that in the Block Explorer. So this is the Arbitrum one. So we can see here now that value has GM ETH Denver. We could do the same thing exactly also for the other way around. So if we just swap out here, Arbitrum for Ethereum. And execute that. That'll be exactly the same. So we have basically a communication bidirectionally, so in both ways, from Ethereum to Arbitrum and from Arbitrum to Ethereum. And the important part actually is that, so we can just double check that. Here's again, this is on the Block Explorer. Takes a couple seconds. Let's see if I did something wrong. Should be good. There we go. So there's the message as well. Just sometimes takes a couple of seconds. So the cool thing is that you could actually use this platform also to connect any kind of networks using layer 0. So you could even use a public testnet if you wanted to, or one of your local networks, and connect them using layer 0, and then have the full experience being able to develop your application against actual mainnet data with cross-chain, and having support for these different blockchains. All right, thank you very much. You can actually go on blocktopus.io and try it out for yourself. It's free to use. And yeah, you can start developing your applications in a very different way. Thank you very much.
Dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just tried to do. 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 Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stay She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Plumbed your private DMs, I'm the dumpster type jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire.
Hey guys, thank you guys for coming. Just by way of introductions, my name is To Batista. I'm a research analyst at GSR. GSR has been a market maker for over a decade. My personal role and capacity is very kind of mixed between our DeFi venture and just general kind of thought leadership on research. And today we're here to talk about memes, the evolution of them, and kind of how we see them from the market making and institutional side. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, guys. A bit of an introduction about myself. So I was previously a trader at Genesis, previously a trader at GSR, Chicago Trading Company, and recently moved over to Cumberland Labs as a director of research and business development. Cumberland Labs is a venture studio and incubator that's backed by the partners at DRW and Cumberland. We incubated Hashnote, recently acquired by Circle, and recently wrote a piece on meme coins back in December. So looking forward to kind of talking about the evolution of the market structure and user behavior.
Thanks. Hi, guys. My name is Katrina. I represent Wintermute, which is a leading global market maker on CeFi and DeFi. And I work on BD and partnership side. And yeah, very excited about the topic today.
Cool. So I think we'll start with kind of like what makes a meme and almost like the evolution of it. I think, you know, if we had this panel almost like a year and a half ago, I think the general sentiment would be a lot different. That said, I think a lot of the contribution to that has changed just because, again, it's become just far more a competitive market than, you know, I come across some funny meme on TikTok, let's see if there's a market around it, and then maybe punt, you know, a Sol or an ETH into it. So I guess, Chris, like just starting with you, how do you kind of view memes from, you know, even your own personal capacity, but just also, you know, at Cumberland, and how you kind of seen that dynamic change over the past year?
Sure, yeah. Fact of the matter is, for me, over the past year, the market structure has definitely evolved for meme coins. You know, Q1, Q2, back in 2024, you had the launch of Pump.Fund and kind of like these fair launch protocols, allowing people to kind of just launch tokens. You knew the tokenomics is very fair. And then kind of heading into Q1 of 25, you started to see like a little bit more on the launch pads, defined tokenomics, and it started getting a little bit more extractive. So my personal perspective on this recently has definitely kind of shifted. You know, Q4, I was very excited about memes. I thought like this was a great opportunity for marketing. I thought this was, you know, banding communities together, and I thought it was like super interesting. You had the opportunity to actually, you know, think about and trade attention. And one of the things I'd like to highlight here is over the past quarter or two, you've started to see like holding times definitely decrease. And I think that that's happened based on kind of like the market structure getting a little bit more extractive and less focused on the aspects of community and marketing. So to kind of highlight from a personal perspective, like I've, you know, traded memes. I remember one of the most interesting memes I was trading early on was Moo Ding. And one of the things was my wife had seen these TikToks and she was like, oh, these are so funny. These are so funny, Chris. And like she sends me these, and the first thing I do is kind of like, okay, I've previously seen like what happens on Pump.Fund. I kind of see what's going on in the space. Like, let's tune in and see, you know, has this actually been launched on a coin on Solana? And like that is too, you know, how I think of it, that was kind of like the quintessential Q3, Q4 of 24. It was like trading attention. Heading into Q1, it got a lot more extractive, obviously, with like the presidential token, which I thought, okay, this could be, you know, relatively interesting. You know, it could be like a community gathering thing or something like that. And then you had, you know, the launch of Millennia, and then you had the launch of the Argentina coin, and then all this stuff. And I started looking at the space from a little bit more of like an extractive perspective. So to kind of summarize it, you know, from my perspective, it's gone from community, marketing, and a little bit more of kind of like tradable opportunities to a lot more PvP, a lot more extractive, and just kind of heading forward, like, I think in the next couple of months, it's going to continue like that. Like over the past week, there was one day where Pump Fund had no graduations, I believe. So that's just something to think about in terms of like longer term trends.
So with that said, I think one of the primary issues, and you can really blanket this as like crypto as a whole, is I think meme coins are like one of the main user funnels into the space. Like you kind of even mentioned, like your wife is you know, learning about memes, and then your immediate reaction is like, well, all right, we have a market for that. And so I think looking forward, one of the questions I have is like, we as an industry, how do we kind of evolve from memes as this vehicle of speculation into kind of these attention markets? Because I think they quasi like to be, you know, peddled as such, but again, I think what we've seen over the past like 2 weeks and really over, you know, since I guess the start of the year is, as the tide washes in, you can really see the PvP nature. And like the whole point of memes is you are early and you are trying to like front run these narratives. However, as the window of opportunity, you know, shortens and the amount of liquidity does as well, there no longer almost exists like a greater pool on the other end to sell to. And so I think again, from almost a research standpoint, but even from a market dynamic aspect of crypto, I think it would be almost irresponsible to ignore the virality and then also kind of again, just overall capital appetite that memes do attract. Because if you look at, I don't know, Radium volumes, you look at Solana volumes, I think Solana did almost like 19 billion in daily volume. Again, I think Radium had record fees there. Like, these are massive, massive amounts of money and massive amounts of capital that are being, traded back and forth. And so I think, how do you guys kind of view potentially, we've seen, to your point, the evolution of just like dog coins to cat coins to AI agent coins to presidential coins. Is there an insert, keyword coin at the end of this? Is it social tokens? How do you guys kind of view almost the counterweight of the VC-backed tokens? Is this still going to take place in the kind of the vehicle of a meme? Or, how do you guys kind of just view how meme coins could evolve?
Maybe I'll take that. Simply because, we are as Wintermute probably representing kind of the institutional side, but also more personal side, because I work with a lot of teams who are looking to launch memes or have launched them in the past. I think if you Google today, Wintermute has 65% of the meme market in terms of trading and supporting those launches. So for us, the way we look at it, they're liquid, they're highly volatile, and as market makers, we know volatility is our friend. That's when we can, generate a lot of P&L. And we also do proper, KYC on the team, similar to how exchanges do that. So I think there are pros and cons to memes in general, right? You can call them content, coins, you can call them, joke and fun sort of memes. But I think, as you said, it's highly speculative and it has its place. It's almost like a Trojan horse, right? Like, again, you mentioned some of the stats on chain. We have seen that, their amount of wallets that have been attributed to, new token creations. It doesn't matter that 90% of them don't stick and become dead wallets. They still bring users on chain, whether it's through centralized venue or decentralized. We're definitely seeing that adoption. So the way we view it as Wintermute is that if it's a good team, admittedly, it's a marketing machine, but it doesn't matter. Like, if you take some of the biggest names we worked with, some of them have surprisingly 95 people globally, literally all day long, creating content, creating the virality, creating kind of the FOMO, creating the speculation, creating like the constant content that drives that kind of people feeling their loyalty, right, to that particular army, whether it's an army, whether it's kind of a cult, however you call it, and then. Talking on a personal side, I think what we are now are, when you go through different stages of market evolution, where we are now is emperor is naked, right? Like, the emperor is there, but the emperor has no clothes, right? Like, and that's what really needs to be addressed. And quite often, if the market doesn't self-regulate, quite often what happens is, the regulators come into the space, right? Like we have seen, I live in London, I live in the UK, pump.fun is not enabled there. You cannot access it. And I think what biggest concern will be, you see a lot of it here in the US. I think, again, the retail user in US is the most protected demographic in the world, right? And the last thing that the government wants is people spending their pension money or their, like wealth management allocation money into memes and losing it. Like, people lose 5 ETH a day very, very easily. And I think that's really is a concern that someone has to address. I don't know if it's going to be us, because again, I don't think it will be the platforms themselves. You look at the pump.fun, I think up to the year to date, they made close to 500 million in Solana, right? Like, so the fees are astronomical, right? So some of those protocols are extremely successful. They're generating great revenue, and I don't think they want that to stop, right? So the question is, what will be the next stage? And I think the good OG memes, they're definitely working on the utility factor, right? You take, for instance, Doge, it allowed payment. You take SHIB, it allowed staking. You take Bonk built a Bonk bot, right? So it's kind of starting from no utility meme to creating utility, that it has like real revenue driver or some sort of like tokenomics design to create incentives for the longevity of the token. That's kind of how I view the market. What's your view?
Yeah, I mean, mine's very similar, especially with like from the meme coin perspective. Obviously, if these are just things that go up, go down, go to zero. If you think about them from a like, hey, this is something that anyone can do. There's no utility, like there's no competitive advantage or edge for a lot of these things. The ones that are going to stick and stay are the ones that kind of have this focus on driving utility. Actually, one of my favorite examples is the Pudgy coin launch with Abstract. That is something that was super interesting for me, using Pudgy as kind of like an opportunity for distribution and driving kind of like this content and creator focused chain, that is something that was super cool to me. So a lot of the stuff that I'm focused on right now from a larger market cap perspective is how do they think about utility, how do they think about community, and how do they use this unique opportunity for distribution to actually have some sort of competitive edge in like this layer 1, layer 2 landscape. So that's actually a super cool case study. And yeah, I also own a Pudgy. So but yeah, that's my perspective. I think that a lot of these larger market cap coins are going to stick and stay. You actually do see a lot of these coins go to zero. I mean, look at the stuff that's launching on Pump.Fun. Even look at the stuff that launches from the launch pads. A lot of this stuff is going to zero. But like the OG memes that are focused on bringing utility and things like that, I think are definitely going to stick and stay over the next couple of years, especially if these kind of creators of these tokens have the opportunity to capitalize and leverage that unique distribution. So I like the case study of Abstract and Pudgy.
It is funny. I remember like almost a year ago, if a meme coin had utility, it was seen as like just very bearish, and like that's when you should get out. If like somebody's trying to launch an L2, like you get out as soon as possible. Again, in a personal capacity, of course. But I do think to your point, I very much agree, and I think like that actually should be underlined a lot. Is we as an industry want to see memes mature into utility, because ultimately, if that is where capital kind of like curates to and is really attracted towards, like that gives these builders a great opportunity to then actually kind of use almost a meme coin launch as kind of like a true TGE and a true almost go-to-market strategy. And I think within the craziness of the past year, a lot of that has been lost. It is truly a great capital formation vehicle. And I think for some of these projects who are not, again, you've seen this like very precipitously across like AI agent projects, for example, where again, none of them were really VC backed, but they kind of had either like a GitHub or were able to kind of capture the zeitgeist of crypto Twitter, as small or as, as futile as that might be in the long run. But it allows a different way to, again, attract capital into a project that probably maybe wouldn't have got there initially just going like the general VC route. And so I think like as we potentially move into 2025, where you either have A, better regulation, but B, maybe a little more volatile market where memes aren't just going to go run to 100 mil just because they have a cute picture. I do think like ultimately these are the types of things that we do want to see from an institutional side as well. Like again, a lot of crypto really I think like its superpower in many ways is that virality. And again, I think like memes are a very central part of that. And I think like ignoring it or just kind of declaring the death of meme coins just because your bags have gone to zero, I think almost misses the point, because they are a very, very crucial element to what crypto, again, is really, really good at, which is capital formation and coordination, right? And meme coins, I think, very much underline that. And I think that's something that now that the tide has washed in and we've seen the emperor with no clothes, there are elements that we can kind of bake into new protocols. Or if you are a builder and you're trying to figure out how to launch, like these are different ways that you can kind of like pick and choose from different projects that I think will lead to better outcomes.
I agree with you there. I think what I was going to pick up is I like the AI memes that we see coming out. The reason for me, as you say, is usually and again, kind of, going back to some of the teams that we work with, quite often, and that's probably important to differentiate, quite often the team means well, right? So the team comes to us and say, hey, we're looking to launch this meme. Can you guys snipe some supply? And we're like, no, we don't do that. Can you do some, on-chain, painting the chart? And we're like, no, we can't do that. They're like, well, do you know anyone who does? And I'm like, no, I don't, right? And I'm like, whenever I ask, why do they need that? They're like, well, that's the usual assumption, right? Like quite often those, teams, they've already made the money. So they do have longer term views. They want to kind of leave maybe some legacy, right? They want to bring the fun element. Like again, if you look even just the general Web2 advertising, apparently if there's, a fun element in the advertising, it has a 30% more likeliness that people will buy that, right? Or buy into it. Like the emotional element is still very, very important. And I think what happens is that kind of the teams just don't have enough expertise and understanding, like probably our teams do, about the actual trading, right? They go and try to create like a fair launch, right? And then they're getting snipe. So like the main kind of people who they work against are the snipers. The snipers have very, very short-term views. They kind of, buy in the first, second blocks, they tip, they have very strong and quick execution tools, and they dump. The second part is also the insiders, so not the core team, but quite often the people who know about the launch, right? And quite often also kind of, deploy similar type of tooling. So I think what the industry really needs and what we have seen is a lot of the people who come to kind of build a successful meme, they don't have any trading expertise. They don't understand what it takes to, be successful, right? And I think that's probably where possibly us, as an industry can educate them. Or maybe I think as an answer to this kind of naked emperors, there will be a protocol or product built by someone who will allow the fair launch, but without the insiders, without the snipers, and kind of protect the teams to build on that long-term vision that they have. And I think there's nothing wrong with having the fun element, right? Because again, it brings in the real adoption, the real, kind of retail users, but in a safe manner, where they are not being rugged by the snipers and the insiders.
Maybe a question for the other panelists here. What are your thoughts on kind of like the evolution of trading tooling as we've started to see like this massive shift in the fair launches and the launch pads, like we just talked about snipers and kind of stuff there? I remember back in 2024, it was super easy. I just went to Radium, I just market bought, like no big deal. But now with like the competitive environment, the PvP nature of it, the lower holding times, people are getting in and out, people are just using this as a vehicle for speculation. It really seems like there's actually been a gap that has slowly started to be filled, whether it's like with venture-backed products or even just a lot more technical traders. What are your thoughts on kind of like the evolution of trading tooling, whether that is, wallet tracking or, MEV or things like that?
Yeah, I think until recently, I'm not sure if retail fully understood how professional almost meme trading has become. Yeah. And so I think there's two angles of that. One, I think even within the tooling itself, I think they're unaware of, like if you trade on Photon, you get clipped on a fee there, you get clipped on a Jupiter fee, and it's like, again, you spin in a casino and I think there's like a European casino on the slots that has like 2 green zeros versus like 1. And I think retail maybe doesn't understand like how much your like expected value changes very, very quickly based on the types of tools and the capacity in which you do so. And I think when you have that kind of going against you, and then also the professional aspect of like who you're trading against, who are some very, very legitimate teams, from the building side, but then also from the trading side as well. And so I think that trading, to answer your original question, is like I think it's net good that you are building kind of a better product suite around something that has kind of product market fit within crypto. That said, and again, I think that's where we could kind of do better as an industry too, is the general education is, we like to think, oh, you're trading memes, it's this cute, fun, like exercise. However, you don't realize how many, 20%, exactly. Like you're getting eaten for like, 2% slippage just because you think you can, flip it to a 10. Yeah, 50, exactly. Exactly. And so, but I think underneath that is a better education, because I think we like to have this veil that, again, crypto is a very, permissionless, open, like very, almost like, I don't want to say protective environment, but I think the dynamics are more predatory than people realize. And I do think we've opened up and like we've really seen that come to light, which again, I do think is net good. And unfortunately, whenever we do have these moments, it's usually met with like a 70% drawdown that makes people realize it. But I do expect kind of the tooling aspect to grow over time. I just think that we should kind of almost show that more on the front door of these websites versus you look at your wallet and that's when you realize it.
What about you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, so I've been a user of a lot of this is one of the thesis that we kind of put in the Memecoin piece, was like, we think that this is going to be an opportunity for more sophisticated trading tooling that kind of like, you can start out as a beginner and the features and functionality grow as you grow. In terms of like being able to simplify the user experience, simplify the UI, kind of, what To said here, like you should be able to see this on the platform. It should be transparent and you should understand what you're getting into before you lose all your money in your wallet when the coin goes to 0. So fact of the matter is, from our perspective, like, being able to see the evolution of a lot of these trading toolings, these smart defaults, stuff like that, it has definitely gotten better from the trading tooling perspective that I've seen as a personal user. And then also like talking to my wife's brother, like he's got the Photon app on his phone, like he's got Phantom Wallet, and he has never traded like anything. He's not an on-chain trader, but he is at least like getting through, getting through it. So.
All right, so we are running out of time here. However, my last question is so are meme coins cooked? Is the demise of Memecoin over, or do you think there's still hope?
Still hope.
I think the cycle will continue, but it just will evolve into a better product, better tooling, Robinhood on chain, hopefully where there is enough protection, less, but also additional, angles of speculations will stay because it's important for our firms.
I agree. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Dug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is my compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing mad, but mad's just a beta test for Buddha. Oh, he just got just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing, while the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Work marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games, She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bah crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, goes a mace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my cloaks too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, match 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spinball. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not compeller, or it's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Test for Buddha. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we biddy led this city on sports and chains. We biddy led this city with regen brains. We biddy led this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little in there. Some tread bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking Ethernet whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff acorns grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I scooped and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing on my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dead scene. Get it up to the entropy. Mace cracked balls like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Homemade in 7/4 Shaboom, dose, the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, bugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spinball. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, running mad's just a beta test. A boodle. Oh, Pete John's time to do. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. After parties,
And we're live. All right. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well? Chase, Give me a sound check. All right. Okay. Cool. Well, welcome to ETH Denver, everybody. I imagine this is probably one of the first talks. It's pretty early in the week, so hopefully energy is higher and people aren't too fatigued at this point in time. But yeah, so for this presentation, we're going to be talking about where the industry is heading at large. I've been building in crypto for 8 years at this point, and honestly, I've never seen more opportunity than I do right now. And so a bit of background on myself. I'm Austin. I'm a co-founder of Omni Network. Originally, I actually had another company that I started in 2017. I was still studying computer science at Harvard at this point. Built this company. It was actually an interoperability network focused on payments. We hit 10 billion payments after a couple years. I sold it to Ripple, and then I quit Ripple to start Omni. So that's a bit on my background. Curious to get like a pulse check for the crowd. Who joined crypto this year? We can just do hands. Nobody? Okay. Oh, we got one. All right. How about in the past 3 years? Okay. All right. Past 5 years? All right. We have anybody who's been here for like 10? Okay. Cool. Respect. Cool. Well, thank you and respect for being here for 10 years. But for those of you who are newer, actually, I think things are just getting started. I think we're at the tip of the iceberg in regards to the utilization of stablecoins and tokenized assets at large. And I think this really is going to be the key unlock for the industry moving forward. So let's dig in. So basically we're going to go over the current landscape, kind of what's going to happen next, and what are the key things that need to change in order for us to actually embrace this next new stage. Cool, so nice big stat there, which honestly is pretty crazy. Think about just in 4 years, stablecoin utilization has grown that much. And so probably the biggest criticism that we get as an industry at this point in time is that it's a casino and it's not providing any real utility. I think those of us who are here understand that this goes far beyond a casino, but also, if you talk with your normie friends, it's pretty easy to understand why they think this is all just some speculative thing. Like, we do have a lot to prove in the industry. So this is an example of data that is beginning to grow, where it shows like, okay, this is not a casino. People are using stable coins to a pretty high degree across the industry right now. And I'm particularly excited about stablecoins because it's one of the most clear use cases for driving impact in the real world today. So I imagine, can we get a show of hands? How many of us are from outside of the US? Okay, all right. So we have some international people here, but yeah, most of us are American. And I think for us Americans, when I talk to my friends who are not in the crypto industry, they really struggle to understand why crypto is needed. And it's because we have a system that works, pretty well here. It gets the job done. We don't have a currency that depreciates pretty rapidly. Things are pretty good here in the US. But in many countries across the world, obviously that's not the case. Already in Argentina and many other countries, people are using stablecoins to flee the local currency. And while this might kind of sound like an abstract thing, like, all right, they're leaving their fiat currency into these stablecoins, it's something that you can think about in the sense of, okay, well, when you're older, are your parents going to be comfortable and independent, or are they going to have to move in with you and depend on you for their livelihood just because some government couldn't manage its finances? So even though stablecoins are more of a simple utilization of crypto technology, that really can make the difference between, your parents depending on you. So that's why I care about them a lot, and I think we are just kind of just dipping our toes in this. Cool. So more nice numbers. We've actually made a lot of progress in stablecoins at large. But really, a lot of this presentation is actually going to be requesting you to zoom out and realize that basically this is all just happening in the shadows today. We haven't had clear stablecoin regulation ever, and that's withheld the largest institutions across the world from actually adopting this technology. And most of the end users, they're not going to care about the tech powering it behind the scenes. Obviously, if you're here at ETH Denver, you probably care about the tech. But most people across the world don't. They just want money to work for them. And in a lot of places across the world, money works against them. And so stablecoins are a great way where we can actually just scale sovereignty of money to people across the world. And so I'm impressed with how much progress we've been able to drive so far without even having clear regulation around this is a stablecoin that is fully collateralized, this is not. Cool. So, this presentation, the title is actually kind of funny to me because it's called the $1 trillion opportunity. But that's only a 5x. And like I said, we literally don't even have like clarity on regulation for these things yet. So I think the $1 trillion opportunity is actually very much underestimating where we're going with these things. I think a lot of us, especially if, I've only ever worked in crypto personally, and I think a lot of us have spent a lot of our careers in crypto. And while it's really exciting to see the progress that we've driven so far, I do think that it causes us to not understand how much progress we still have yet to drive. Traditional finance is massive. It's far beyond $1 trillion. Like there are certain asset classes that we'll cover in this presentation that are, multiples of that. Cool. So here's some data just kind of showing like benchmarking against what we're seeing with traditional payment processors. This stuff's happening. People are like actually adopting stablecoin technologies at pretty serious scale. We have Visa, MasterCard, and American Express up here, and stablecoins at large are driving trillions of dollars in activity. And so even though we might not see it and feel it in our day-to-day, there really is like steam picking up here. Cool. So let's just go over a brief overview on why stablecoins are awesome. So they're better because they're always available. They're borderless and they're programmable. Honestly, a lot of crypto, the way that I think about it, you can really lean into the fact that there's like the opportunity for self-sovereign money and like decentralized networks. But just if you think about the programmability side of it, a lot of our traditional financial system is based on like paperwork. Like literally it's like people emailing each other for approval on different things. This is all just APIs. It's all programmable. And so stablecoins can just be sent anywhere across the world at any point in time, and they can have logic wrapped around them. They're also faster. I mean, I don't know if any of you have kind of dug into like what it looks like to make a payment through the existing traditional financial system, but it sucks. Intermediaries are not only bad because they gate access to things and cut people out of the system, but they add delays and fees on top of things. Stablecoins, you can just send them directly to who you want to work with. Cool, and they're cheaper. This is a pretty crazy stat when you think about it, the amount of volume that is going through networks that charge multiple percentage points of the value going through it. It's kind of like a snake, like giving a stranglehold on the economy today. If it's like a tax. Stripe, I respect Stripe, but it's a massive tax on all economic activity that is happening. And with stablecoins, we can just entirely circumvent that. Cool. And one of the coolest things that has happened in the past few years is a majority of these transactions are costing less than a cent, and they get confirmed in a few seconds at this point. I don't think people outside the industry really understand how much progress we drove. Like, while the news was focused on FTX and SBF just running this mega scam, and everybody thinking that crypto is just all speculative and nonsense. Like, people were building, and we have made serious progress, primarily through like roll-up centric type architectures. But yeah, transactions are nearly free and instantaneous at this point in time. Okay, cool. So I imagine a lot of you didn't need to be shilled on why stablecoins are cool. So let's walk through about like what's going to actually come next here. How many people were familiar? Let's just do hands again. How many people have bought a treasury bill on chain? All right, we got one person. Okay, cool. So treasury bills are really exciting to me because I think about tokenization as a spectrum. It's this like meme that's going on right now, like RWAs. But if you think about it, there's this spectrum, and on this far end we have complex exotic derivatives, and tokenizing those are going to be pretty hard because they're complex financial assets. But on this end, we have stablecoins. That's really what they are. They're just tokenized fiat currencies. And so what is one step deeper? It's treasury bills. And so for those of you who aren't deeply familiar with treasury bills, you can effectively think about them as just stablecoins that give you yield. That's really largely what they are. And this is really exciting because treasury bills alone can really overhaul how DeFi works today. And so in traditional finance, for example, anytime that you post collateral, you use treasury bills. But on chain today, when you're posting collateral, you use USDC. So that just means your collateral is sitting there. It's not generating any yield. And that's just not how it's done in traditional finance. And so even just treasury bills taking one step deeper into this tokenization spectrum presents a huge opportunity to replace the base collateral of these DeFi systems with stablecoins directly to treasury bills. And so this single type of asset has huge potential. But one thing that's kind of trippy to think about is, like I was saying, it's all APIs. And if it's all programmatic, why would you ever hold $1? Like, why would you do that? Why would, if you could just hold a treasury bill coin, why would you ever hold USDC in your wallet? And so one thing that I think is going to happen in this next stage is the concept of money will be a little twisted in people's minds, because we'll be able to have smart contract wallets where anytime you receive money, it can just automatically be converted into a treasury bill, which might sound a little weird, but zoom out and think about your checking account and your savings account. It's actually probably more weird the fact that this isn't happening by default today. And so why don't we just generate yield in our checking accounts? It's just because the system's bureaucratic, slow, and inefficient. There's really no fundamental reason why the deposits in our bank account wouldn't automatically be deposited into treasury bills that are generating us yield. It's all just kind of leftover bureaucracy at this point. So I think that's going to happen. I think we're going to have smart contract wallets where anytime you receive USDC, it just automatically gets converted into treasury bill coins. So you're just generating 4% APY by default all the time. Okay, if treasury bills are one step in on the spectrum, what comes next? So let's take this one step further. You actually could take this smart contract wallet instead of I don't just want to get treasury bill yield. I want to accumulate NVIDIA. I'm really bullish on NVIDIA. And so anytime I receive money, I just want that programmatically swapped into NVIDIA. This is kind of the next step deeper into the tokenization spectrum. It's corporate bonds and equities. And we're already seeing some of the world's leaders, like Larry Fink, who manages $11 trillion of assets. He's on CNBC saying, I want the SEC to legalize the tokenizations of stocks and bonds today. And for him, it's because he runs this massive machine that is just run in a very inefficient way where he knows if it was programmatic, they would make way more money. Their margins would be way wider. And so we're going to, after treasury bills, we're going to see this next stage where bonds and stocks are moved on chain. And this is going to, very importantly, be able to serve normal people. Most people don't want altcoins. That's honestly probably for the best. Most people just want to accrue wealth and just live their life, work, and then just be able to accrue wealth for their family and for themselves. So this is going to make DeFi as a system actually functional for them. Cool. And so another big number, but I stand by this. And so the $1 trillion opportunity, again, is massively underestimating it. I said I was going to cover a couple different asset classes. So treasury bills alone is a $28 trillion asset class. That's literally just treasury bills. Okay, global bond market is worth $130 trillion. So these are just two types of assets, and we're already talking hundreds of trillions of dollars. And so I think, going back to what I said, I think a lot of us are really proud of the progress that we've driven in crypto so far, because it has been a journey. We have gone through a lot to get where we're at right now. But I do think with this new administration in the US and more clarity around legally, how can we move things on chain? This, for the first time that I've worked in this industry, I actually see a clear path to onboarding the existing traditional financial system to our on-chain systems that are cheaper, more efficient, more transparent, and more equitable for people across the world. Cool. So let's talk about how we actually get there. Really exciting to think about, wow, what would happen if the DeFi that we have today went from $100 billion to $100 trillion? That is possible. But what would it take to get there? So there's really three key things that need to happen for us to onboard the global financial system on chain. One is we got to get people out of the weeds. Right now, everybody's talking about fragmentation. It's ETH Denver. Ethereum is facing this the most right now. Fragmentation is a huge problem right now, but it's actually a good thing. Fragmentation is how we scaled the internet. When you go to google.com, you don't think about the fact that there are hundreds of thousands of computers running that single website. You just go to the website and it works. Ethereum is going to look the same way. It's going to be this massively horizontally scaled system where we're going to get insane throughput from that scaling horizontally, but it's going to be abstracted away from the end user experience. Yeah, so you have to think about bridging and stuff today. Anytime you work across rollups, it doesn't feel like one ecosystem. It feels like you're in Arbitrum world. Okay, now you're in Optimism world. Okay, this new rollup just launched. What's the best bridge? Let me Google how to bridge to abstract. Okay, maybe I clicked the wrong link and I just got my wallet drained. It's crazy. We can't expect normal people to do that, and they simply won't. They'll literally lose their money and just get lost. Cool. Okay, so asset complexity as well. We're We're in this weird dystopia where there's like 7 different types of ETH in the wallet that I have. This is way too complex for people. We need to abstract this all away. But you know, I'm really excited because I see a pretty clear path to this. And I think Ethereum is in this stage where it started to scale horizontally, and now we're going to like tie it all back together. It's kind of like the unbundling and rebundling that happened with streaming services. It was really chaotic managing all these different things, but it's going to all come back to a point where it's just going to feel like using Ethereum again. Cool, and then the third thing here, regulatory clarity. Obviously, this past election was spicy. People had very strong feelings about this. And you know, Trump decided to launch a Memecoin 2 days before he was inaugurated. There's lots of things we could say on this, but one thing that is really, really exciting is that we are going to get regulatory clarity for this industry. And this is something that has choked it for many, many years. You know, we say the term RWAs today. A lot of people that have heard of that term, they haven't heard of the term STOs from 2017. And so we have wanted to tokenize assets for 8 years now, but people, like, we just literally legally were not able to because the US administration not only was proactive, like was not proactive about things, but, you know, actively created this environment where there was ambiguity and just made innovators in the US live in fear. You know, before I started Omni, I had a really serious conversation with my co-founder. I was like, look, I love America, I'm American. He's from Pennsylvania, he also loves this country. But we're like, all right, if we need to move to Asia, like, are you down to do that? Like, as my co-founder, because like we might need to do that at some point, depending on which path this country takes. I personally am super proud to live in New York City and be able to build in this industry at this point. And I'm not concerned about like my welfare and like legally being able to do that. So I do think we're going to see a ton of progress on the regulatory clarity side of things. I think it's already happening. I think it was actually just today that the SEC dropped the Uniswap lawsuit. And so a few days ago, there was one with Coinbase that was dropped as well. So we are seeing pretty positive momentum here. And I think a lot of people are like, all right, is Trump just pandering to crypto people for votes, or is he actually going to like get things over the line? He's getting things over the line. Like the dude is pushing, like, say what you will about that guy, like, but he is like doing positive work for our industry right now, putting potentially the meme coin that he launched aside. Okay, cool. So what is Omni? Basically, it's this network that makes it so you don't have to think about these things. It's this abstraction network, so even if your funds are held on chain A or like rollup A and the app is on rollup B, you don't have to think about that. You can just use the application. And from a developer perspective, you can just integrate the SDK and it takes less than a week. In many ways, this is kind of like what cross-chain dApps wanted to achieve for many years. But like for those of us who have like paid attention to cross-chain dApps, can you think of a single one off the top of your head that has been very successful? Like, probably not. And like, why is that? It's because that was just the wrong design paradigm. And that made developers think about launching across all these different rollups. That's not how it is. We just need to create this network where we can just effectively just rapidly link users and the applications together, give the developers a simple experience, give the users a simple experience, and let market makers handle all the complexity. That's the way that this is going to go. Cool. Yeah, so basically, yeah, I just said that. All right, cool. So what are we actually like concretely doing here? We're abstracting away the fragmentation. Like I said, it's good that we have a bunch of different rollups. That is how we are going to scale. You know, people talk about unifying liquidity all the time. That's not how it's going to go. You do not unify liquidity. We're going to continue to fragment, and it's actually a good thing because it means we're scaling further. The key thing is we just need to abstract away that fragmentation from the end user experience. On top of that, you know, we're like Omni's design makes it so that these market makers have to compete to fulfill user requests. So in many ways, actually, the best way to understand Omni is to think about Robinhood and Citadel. So Robinhood presents this really nice experience where you know, I can just have an app and I can just click a button and buy $100 of Apple stock. I don't need to think about the New York Stock Exchange. I don't need to think about what type of order was placed. I can just click a button and get the Apple stock. In many ways, Omni does the same thing. So, you know, if a user has 100 USDC on Arbitrum and they want to use an application on Optimism, they just sign a transaction that says, I want to do this over there. And then some market maker finds the optimal routing and takes care of it for them. So it's this similar abstraction that we used in traditional finance, and we're using it in decentralized finance as well to achieve that same level of simplicity. Cool. And the other really cool thing about this is we make market makers handle all the risk. So this is actually the developers and the users aren't taking on the risk here. There's always some amount of risk when you're working with systems like this. And the question really is, where do we put that risk? In Omni's design, we put the risk on market makers. We make them do all the complex thinking here, and we make it really simple for users and developers. So at large, time is up, right on time. Great. So let's empower everybody by moving the financial system on chain. Thank you very much for coming to my presentation on the $1 trillion opportunity. That's my Twitter if you want to follow me. Yeah, and thank you all. I hope you all have a great week. I hope you stay healthy, drink some vitamin C, get enough sleep, and have a good time. Thank you.
As their wild hair glows, rumored just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso stream through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age? Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet he jumps right. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain.
Hey everybody, my name's Andy. I'm the head of ecosystem at Florida. Sound okay? You guys good? Danny, everybody can hear me? Perfect. Okay. So Great presentation on stablecoins. I'm going to transition the conversation and talk about security, cybersecurity, and specifically why firewalls are kind of the future of Web3 security. I want to actually start and kind of frame this discussion by talking about something that happened late last week. I assume everyone here is familiar with the attack that happened on Friday. Bybit, a large exchange, was exploited by some North Korean attackers who, among other things, were able to compromise a multi-sig front end and use a malicious transaction to sort of get assets out of cold storage into a hot wallet and then moved off the exchange. This was frustrating to watch for a couple reasons. One, it's the latest in a long line of exploits in this industry. But two, things like this can be detected in real time and prevented if you're sort of taking proper measures. The other thing that happens after events like this too is that crypto Twitter mobilizes really quickly and starts to monitor the stolen funds as they get laundered, across the chain and into other assets and swapped for stable coins and bridged onto other chains, et cetera. And so the exact same thing happened after the Bybit attack. Watching this happen and unfold in real time is also really frustrating too, because we know that these transactions are going to happen. We're watching them happen in real time. If this was happening on traditional financial rails, all of these transactions that Zach XBTC is highlighting here would be blocked, right? No bank would accept these types of transfers because that they're malicious and they involve stolen funds, right? We have the same knowledge of the transaction activity in the space. We just don't have the mechanisms in place to block those malicious transactions, at least not yet. So this is where threat detection starts to enable things like firewalls. So when I talk about threat detection, I'm talking about the process of identifying and analyzing potentially malicious or anomalous transactions. Ideally, you want to do it in real time and use a combination of heuristics and AI and machine learning to help with that. So, little historical context here. At Forta, we've been doing threat detection for the better part of 4 years. In November 2021, when we started, threat detection in Web3 was virtually non-existent, totally sucked. There were a few security shops that were doing it in-house, but it was not a service or a tool that was available to you as an exchange or a DeFi protocol or a rollup. Last year, when I gave a similar presentation about using AI for threat detection in February 2024, threat detection capabilities were a lot better. In 2025, a year later, actually really, really good now. So there's a lot more AI and machine learning being used to analyze transactions in real time. I'm going to get into exactly how we do that in a little bit. But generally speaking, we can identify most attacks as they're happening. And it's obviously very easy to identify the transactions that are laundering money sort of post-exploit. So this kind of begs a question for the industry to answer. And we're able to identify threats in real time. Protocols and chains now have to wrestle with, if I know that the transaction is malicious, do I want to accept it? This was not a question that teams had to answer 2 years ago because we didn't have as much threat intelligence as we have now. But today, teams do need to ask themselves this question. And when we talk to our users and other application developers and rollups out there, I've never met a team that said no, they didn't want to block that transaction. So practically speaking, I think there's general consensus that preventing exploits and preventing post-exploit money laundering is a good thing, regardless of the censorship-resistant themes out there. So this leads to the natural conclusion here is let's build firewalls to block these transactions the same way we block a lot of malicious activity on the internet using Web2 firewalls. So real quick, just to kind of anchor what we're doing at Forta, kind of in the context of broader firewall innovation. Firewalls have been around in Web2 for 30 plus years. They've gone through a number of sort of innovation cycles. Started out in the early 90s, sort of early internet, doing like basic packet filtering. Absolutely no machine learning at all. It was very rudimentary. Fast forward to 2020s, and we're using a lot of machine learning to analyze network and application traffic. So in Web3, we get the benefit of the state of the art. We get to start with machine learning and AI. So we're sort of fast forwarding to the current state of the last 30 years of firewall innovation. So let's talk about kind of how we plug into. I'm going to use a roll-up example too, just to kind of paint a picture of where firewalls fit in. So one way to plug in a firewall, and we can do this because most roll-ups today are centralized. There's usually a single provider too that's running their RPC and their sequencer. We call these roll-up as a service providers or RAS providers. So there's an entity that we can go to plug into that chain. So we wrap ourselves around the RPC, and we route transaction activity up to the firewall. So we get all the transaction details. We screen it in real time. We will usually generate a risk score for that transaction. So we're screening for a combination of security and compliance risks. And then we pass that score back to the RPC, and that transaction can get dropped if it's too high risk. And if it's okay, it'll get passed to the sequencer and into a block. We can also move one step down in the transaction flow. We can plug into the sequencer using a proxy and screen there too. But the flow and the work happening behind the scenes is exactly the same. All right, so current state, plugging into those two areas. I think long term, we expect roll-ups to decentralize over time. I know based roll-ups is sort of a hot topic today, and a lot of the large L2s, Arbitrum Optimism, Base, et cetera, have sort of signaled their support for moving to a base roll-up model in the future, which will allow for more decentralized block building. So in that future, firewalls can plug in directly to the builder or the validator, and you can do all the security screening there. Okay, so a little bit more on how this detection works. So what we do on the back end when we get a transaction is we're going to simulate it. We want to understand what the result of that transaction is. And simulating will flatten that transaction out so we can see all the logs and all the traces. So we need all that context. And we'll take that and we'll pass it into our ML engine. We can also run it against heuristics too, which are just sort of more kind of rigid rules. And we can risk score those transactions. We take a stateless approach to this, meaning we don't look at any other context. We don't look at transaction history from that address. We are only looking at it sort of within the confines of that particular transaction because we need to do these checks really fast. If you start looking at other stuff, it slows down the analysis. And in an ideal world, we're running these checks in tens of milliseconds. If you start looking at other contexts, or you start having to make calls to third-party data sources and things like that, you just increase the latency a lot, and it can make something that should happen in 50 milliseconds take 5 seconds. So this is I want to show you guys sort of what it would look like if we were to screen, let's say, a day's worth of transaction activity on an L2. So real quick, what you're seeing here is along the bottom is a risk score from 0 to 1. Closer it is to 1, the higher risk it is. On the left is just the quantity of transactions on a log scale. So you'll see the vast majority of transactions that we screen at the firewall get a 0.0. Normal user behavior, really low risk. Oftentimes just like transferring one digital asset from one wallet to another, a simple ETH transfer, something like that, right? A stablecoin transfer from one address to another. Normal user behavior, really low risk. There's usually going to be a much smaller number of transactions on that chain that are more complicated, higher dollar amounts. There's going to be more risk associated with that. If you see something in the red, we think that's an exploit, and we want to block that transaction. So anything above 0.8, high risk for us, and to the extent we're integrated into the rollup, that transaction would never make it into a block. Here's another test we did over a particular block range on Base back in April. So we did it over this range because we knew there was an exploit that happened in that block range. So similar distribution, you'll see the vast majority of transactions are a 0 on the risk threshold. But there's one that's a 0.9, it looks like. So that was the exploit transaction. So from our standpoint, this is what perfect detection looks like. All the legitimate transactions make it through. The one exploit transaction gets blocked. So we prevent that attack. Okay. Just to sort of highlight the impact that firewalls can have, this is data from sort of Q4 last year. In the red are total value of attacks across those months, and in green are the dollar value of attacks that could have been detected by the firewall. So you'll see vast majority of exploit activity and funds lost could have been caught by the firewall and prevented. So this is why we're so optimistic about security solutions like this. Okay. Historically, because firewalls are a fairly new tool, at least in Web3, the standard approach was if there was an attack, maybe, best case, you see it in the mempool and you can front run that attack and maybe pause your protocol or rescue those funds. So for the last couple of years, that's been sort of the standard approach. It doesn't always work. You're very susceptible to atomic attacks and private mempool transactions, right? You can't see those, so you can't front run them. It's not very effective on L2s because we don't really have mempools there. And I think the big thing that, I guess the big problem that we saw with pausing is that it just has a much broader kind of impact radius. It affects every user on the protocol or the chain if you're pausing a sequencer. And that's not how we deal with attacks in the real world today, right? We don't shut down a bank because there's a fraudulent transaction, right? You just want to take action against that particular transaction. And that's what we can do with firewalls. So we think firewalls are just a much more effective, a much more scalable, a much more realistic approach to dealing with attacks. Okay, I'm going to end with some predictions for 2025. The first is that in the next 10 months, a firewall will block an exploit transaction. We're just starting to see firewalls get implemented into rollups. And I think over the course of this year, you're going to see a lot more L2s adopt firewalls, both for security and compliance reasons. So first prediction, by the end of the year, a firewall is going to block an exploit. And I think that will be a watershed moment because then we'll have the public proof point that these things are really effective. Second is that firewalls are going to live primarily at the chain level because it's the easiest to integrate there. However, protocol teams will be able to opt in and out at will of different types of screening. So you'll be able to customize exactly what you want to do. Third prediction is that roll-up block building will decentralize. I mentioned this earlier. We think rollups will migrate to more, the based rollup model. However, they'll still be able to preserve the ability to impose different security and compliance rules on the validators and the builders that are in charge of their blocks. And then the last one, firewalls are going to screen the world's on-chain transaction flows, and they're going to do it using AI and ML. So I think we expect, over the next couple of years, firewalls are going to be screening billions of transactions every day on chain, DeFi, et cetera. And it's going to be sort of the same way that firewalls are, an afterthought in Web 2. I expect them to be an afterthought in Web 3 as well, running behind the scenes and, both preventing attacks and sort of helping teams and chains kind of manage their risk. All right, that's it for me, guys. Thank you so much. I'll stick around for a few minutes if anyone has any questions about threat detection or firewalls or security more broadly. Two of my team members are up there in the audience too, so you can grab them if you're interested in chatting more. Thanks again. Have a good week.
Just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a found. Age? Old to speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Waze got the future on spin book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Waze got the future on spin book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Running mad's just a beta test. A boodle. Oh, Pete Jobs tried to do. 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 Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing, while the world...
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Floating fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with a do with a do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, batch 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Pen it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with as firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. drunk bumblebees. Maximize the orphans. They cackle and shout, self-sustaining hugs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes, dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumor
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
So we're from Eddie, and my name is Anne Grace. We are from Switzerland and a law firm there called MME. And we're here to explain something that's not related to Switzerland, but actually Europe and the whole regulatory circus with MiCA, DORA, and a lot of acronyms for regulations that cause a couple of headaches since now over a year.
And yeah, our goal is to give you some DeFi survival tactics. So, first question is, when should you actually care about the EU? I mean, we're here in the US. You might have your US company or in the Bahamas, in the Cayman or wherever set up. So why should you even care about the EU? But there are two reasons or two incidents when you have to care about the EU. One is if your user base is in the EU, if you sell tokens to the EU, if you provide applications to users in the EU. And the second one is if you have partners from traditional finance or centralized finance in the EU.
And in most of these cases, you'd think because I'm DeFi, I'm transnational, I'm not related to a specific jurisdiction, so I don't need to care. But as we will see in the next couple of slides, this is not necessarily the case.
Okay, so regarding the user base, the main cases where you have to think about it is if you're offering a protocol, so for example, an application, or on the infrastructure layer, or if you're offering an interface to these protocols, or if you're offering a token. Then you should really look into MiCA and think about, well, am I regulated? And there are actually three requirements that have to be met. One is it has to be a regulated activity. So regulated activities would be like the token sale or the provision of custody services, trading services, and so forth. And they should not be exempt. And the second thing that you have to fulfill is that you have to actively target the European market. There is a thing called reverse solicitation. So if you don't really actively target the market, but clients come to you, then you also don't have to care about MiCA. The thing is, this reverse solicitation, the application of it is very narrow. So first of all, you will not be allowed to go to conferences there, have your KOLs in the European Union, and so forth. And also, if you make use of reverse solicitation, the clients come to you, you're not allowed to offer them additional services. So that narrows down this possibility to avoid MiCA actually quite a lot. And then the last one, yeah, you should, if you're fully decentralized, you will not be subject to MiCA, so that was also a requirement.
So things are not that bad. It's not whatever you do that could end up make you end up in trouble in the EU. It's just specific things, and as already mentioned, the decentralization part. But as we'll dive into it, it's not because you think you're decentralized that you are decentralized according to the European regulator. Now, the second instance is if you have partners. Like everyone is mentioning this idea of integrating DeFi into other types of projects. So you have integrating the protocol with a centralized service that's CeFi relying on a DeFi stack. Or you could just have the protocol being accessible through an aggregator, or like being embedded with a wallet. You also have this idea of having your token being launched through EU launchpads. You have so many DeFi projects that still have a team that wants to offer a token, and they will, as a team, reach out to a launchpad or just take a listing on the EU trading venue. So all of these scenarios could lead to some EU implications from a regulatory perspective. And then what you need to think about is, especially for the first ones I mentioned, MiCA and DORA could come into play depending on who you integrate with. Because if you are in touch with someone who is itself subject to regulation, this may have some consequences on you, as we'll see afterwards.
And yeah, what is if whatever you're offering is truly DeFi under MiCA, then you see offering the protocol is not a problem, so you don't have specific obligations. Offering an interface, if the interface is decentralized, that's not an issue. And offering a token, if the token offering is decentralized, is also, there are no specific obligations that you have to comply with.
This explains why everyone wants to be decentralized nowadays. It makes life much easier. But then for EU partners, being decentralized may become actually an issue sometimes, because integrating with them may become complicated. You're not really an ICT asset because they don't control you if your DeFi protocol is subject to decentralized governance potentially, or simply immutable and controlled by no one. But you're also not a third-party service provider. A DeFi protocol doesn't have someone who will sign agreements on how the protocol is being used. So there are some limitations on how can these centralized actors or traditional finance actors comply with their requirements under DORA for operational resilience when they're trying to integrate this hybrid, weird structure that doesn't fit into any of the categories. Then also offering the protocol for a centralized gateway. This can be the easy thing. Like if it's just an interface that's aggregating things, they are regulated for their own activities, and then you are fully DeFi, this should be okay. Then offering the token for EU launchpads. Well, if you're offering it for a launchpad, probably there's an entity somewhere in the loop that is handling this process, and there may be obligation for the offering because they are offering it in a centralized manner, although it is related to a DeFi protocol. So it's not because you are DeFi that everything you do will be DeFi at the end. Same for the listing. There's not a community that's getting in touch with a SEX. There will be a team and potentially an agreement that's being signed with a centralized entity. Same again, there will be obligations in the loop.
And the next one, what if it's not DeFi? So you have licensing obligations if you're issuing this or providing an application or an infrastructure. You have the licensing obligations regarding the interface. We'll look at that in a second. And you have obligations like white paper issuance notification for offering the token. And with the interface, that's an important point. So if you offer an interface, for example, which is centralized to something decentralized, so an interface to a DEX, your interface would still be considered centralized, and you could be subject to regulation. Now, in the case of a DEX, it would be that you're not treated as a provider of a trading venue, but more as a transmission. What is it?
Transmission of orders.
Transmission. Yeah.
Maybe just one other fun fact on the licensing requirement. So once you become decentralized, you don't need a license anymore. But this, from a business perspective, doesn't make much sense because it would mean that you start your business, you pay a lot of money to lawyers to get a license under MiCA, but then you fully decentralize 1 year later, and all of this gets thrown away. I'm not sure how many projects are willing to do that. So look maybe for jurisdictions where you can start without a license. Switzerland may be one of them. Now for EU partners, if you are centralized, well, DORA is there. You need to reach out for it because you'll need to have some contractual arrangements in place with anyone who integrates you as a third-party service provider. And these contractual arrangements are pretty heavy. So for having discussed it with a couple of traditional actors, there's a lot of representation warranties and other things included there just to make sure that they can rely on you because you're supposed to be a 100% reliable ICT service provider. And you will be subject to oversight if ever the part of the service you're providing to them is critical. So this will be even more pressure on you as an ICT service provider. Now, offering the protocol itself, well, through a centralized gateway, nothing changes there. There are no problems. You just offer CeFi instead of DeFi. And then offering the token, exactly the same thing, because obviously centralized entity, so obligations in terms of white paper, marketing, communication, and then same for the listing. So when you think about it, for EU partners, the only thing that changes is if you're DeFi, it may be a bit complicated to figure out how third parties being themselves subject to regulations can integrate you. If you're centralized, it makes things much easier. You just know that you have a bunch of obligations to comply with and someone who may oversee you. So now the tough question is, what is actually DeFi under MiCA? So I have mentioned that you may identify as DeFi, but it doesn't mean that you will be DeFi according to national authorities in the EU.
Yeah, and I mean, we have CeFi and we have DeFi, but there is actually a broad spectrum of different shades of DeFi and CeFi. So the CeFi, on one side you would have a CeFi like a centralized exchange. They have your assets and they provide this trading system which they control. And then on the middle, the centralized DeFi, the CDFi, you would have actually also certain aspects that are decentralized, like the settlement of it, the transactions, they take place over smart contracts, but still these smart contracts or the gateway to these smart contracts is controlled by a certain provider. And then you have really the pure DeFi, which we'll see, or which we saw that is not regulated. There it's really transactions, they take place via smart contracts, and there is not a legal entity that controls them. And yeah, you see, I mean, the degree of decentralization on this slide, you see it increases from left to right, but usually the user friendliness decreases from left to right. So it's very hard to have a completely decentralized setup that is extremely user friendly.
DeFi is basically like playing with wires to access electricity. So if you want to have something super convenient, you need to have like this full stack that was prepared for you, and you just interact with that. If you want to play with the wires and do it like in a very, let's say, bootstrapping model, this is DeFi. You're directly accessing the technology. So now, when do we have DeFi concretely? A service is decentralized where there is no counterparty, at least not a counterparty that's a legal entity. What does it mean? So counterparty on the first side is someone who has control power over the service. You need to have control to have obligations. If I don't control something, I'm not supposed to have obligations related to the specific thing. It's a bit the same debate as what we had regarding online content and like platforms online. The platform doesn't control what you're posting, so they were not supposed to be subject to liability for it. Here is the same. If I don't control the protocol, why should I be responsible for what the protocol does? So you need a counterparty that controls a service. But that counterparty needs to be a legal entity. And this is where things become complicated, is that you have on one side the golden standard being technical decentralization. So code alone cannot be a counterparty. Code is not a legal entity, it's not an individual, so you can set aside all the issues of MiCA and other regulations because the only counterparty that someone has are just lines of code. If this is not the case, because the protocol is somehow controlled, there are some admin functions, there are some dependencies, we can always check whether at least there's decentralization at the governance level. And then you would need to have a decentralized floating community that's also not a legal entity. And as Remedy will explain later, it's not so easy nowadays to have this fully decentralized governance aspect. And then the last layer is what is being controlled? What is the service? Is this do we have a valid contract between this counterparty on a regulated service? Because if I have a community that is not fully decentralized but just decides on some names for specific products or decides to change, I don't know, like a small airdrop campaign, but doesn't really control the core aspects of a regulated service, no one cares. We need to really check what is the relationship between the actual regulated service, the functions that underpin that service, and the centralization points. And yeah, this is the slide that summarizes DeFi. So basically, what is DeFi according to the European regulator? It's the DeFi that makes people scared. So if there's no one in charge, no one controls anything, and you just have this wild beach without anyone being there to just save you if something goes wrong, you have actual DeFi. If there's someone to take you by the hand, potentially you may be subject to MiCA because you're a bit too user-friendly.
Great, and then yeah, you actually have to, as Anne-Grace mentioned, I mean, you have one possibility that you avoid the applicability of MiCA, that is the golden standard if you have really technical decentralization. And that means that your setup has to be such that the smart contracts, they have to be self-executing. That's actually standard on Ethereum, but then they also have to be autonomous. So you don't have to have people or entities that really have the possibility to interact, that have admin keys to do something with this smart contract, adjust it. And then the last one is, even if you have something self-executing and autonomous, if you have embedded some special rights into the contracts, for example, that revenue flows to you, then you might still become subject to the
Maybe a good example of that is reward distributions. Rewards are distributed on chain. That's great. It's self-executing if specific conditions are met. But if I still need a human to input who gets how much, it doesn't work. It should be a pre-coded logic.
And then the second one, if you realize, well, we're not completely decentralized on a technical side. Actually, we see that often with projects. They would like to be decentralized from technical side, but they see, well, at the beginning, we will not be as of day one. And as Engrace told us, you have to be decentralized as of day one. You cannot say, well, we will do that later. Otherwise, you need the license or be subject to other obligations. But if you see, well, that's not possible, then there is still the possibility to decentralize the governance. And because there the question is, if you have a centralized element, can this centralized element actually be attributed to someone? And that could be you as a project company, so it can be someone, a natural person, or it can be the project company, so a legal person. But it's important to understand that it's also general partnership or simple partnerships that could also fall under it. And there the special question is, what we did in the past is outsource these critical functions from a regulatory perspective, that we outsource that to a DAO, but also there you have to watch out, because the DAO could actually qualify as a simple partnership. We've seen that in the Oki DAO case, where there was a ruling that due to the fact that there were distribution of revenues and governance rights regarding really fundamental questions, and not what Engrace said, you can choose the name of the token or the color of the logo. So really fundamental questions, then you can qualify as a simple partnership. So when you transfer something to a DAO, think about it, how should we structure the DAO so that it doesn't become a simple partnership? And then the second thing is also, I mean, even if the DAO as a whole is not a simple partnership, it can be that specific actors in there become liable for it. So if you or someone as a single person has more than 50% of the governance token, will be responsible for it. If a group together holds more than 50% and they're again considered a simple partnership, they will also be responsible for it. And then, of course, what we often see is that in DAOs that you have these delegates or committees or whatever, the DAO can outsource certain things to these committees and delegates, but they could again become a simple partnership. So you really have to watch out how you structure it, so you're still considered true DeFi and not subject to MiCA.
Yeah. Basically, the more you structure your DAO, the greater chances are that you will not be considered DeFi by me under MiCA, which is kind of contradictory with what this stands and what we were doing until now. And because time is running out, we will wrap up with the MiCA survival tactics. Just at the end of the day, what do you need to keep in mind based on this presentation? First of all, don't be a regulated activity if possible. It's not always possible, but if at least you identify from the beginning that your activity is not regulated, you kind of can feel safe.
Yeah, and the second one, reverse solicitation, you can do that, but again, keep in mind reverse solicitation, that exemption applies only in a very narrow field. Then the technical decentralization, what we discussed, don't have any control, or if you still have control, make sure that it's not you or a legal entity that has control. That would then be the governance decentralization.
So build open source public goods that no one controls, or watch out for MiCA. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fire, sticky note, constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. Watch the rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 Shaboom, dose, the efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency, so Professor Wade. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins. They cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prof? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Urging notes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's RAM stains. Calling me mad, but mad's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he jumps right. Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers. Forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. Gals are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last. And the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks. Cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies.
Cool. Hi everyone, I'm Declan Fox, Head of Product at Linear. My talk today is going to be on based rollups, based blocks. So based blocks is a proposal to reinvent escape hatches for censorship-resistant rollups. So I'll be giving an overview on why censorship resistance is important and the current state of the union. I'll be talking about the based blocks proposal and how it solves some problems today we see in ZK rollups. And then lastly, I'll be going over how this works with the based rollup architecture, which is an architecture that we at the Linear team have been exploring recently. Okay, so to kick us off, we can zoom out and just remind ourselves of the value proposition of rollups. So with a rollup, you as a user, at any point in time can withdraw your assets from the chain. You shouldn't need to coordinate with an operator, an L2 sequencer to do this. Effectively, it passes what we call the walkaway test. So the walkaway test, essentially, if the team operating the rollup was to walk away, then you could still withdraw your funds from the chain. And that's obviously great because, you know, it doesn't matter if you come back, if you deposit funds to the chain, you come back in 10, 20, 50 years' time, you can still get your assets back. They're still in your control. So we have this amazing framework from the L2 Beat team where we have different milestones, and essentially what we call a stage 1 rollup is a rollup that actually passes this walkaway test. The problem, however, is, at least today, there is no general purpose ZK L2 that is stage 1 and passes the walkaway test. You can see here some of the top L2s. Only some of the optimistic rollups, you know, which have been around for a bit longer and have a simpler architecture, have actually implemented this mechanism and got to stage 1. So I want to give a couple of examples of like what this property offers in real life. We saw an example recently from Sonium, which is an L2 for Sony on the OP stack. So recently Sonium actually banned trading of some tokens of some meme coins. So if you were to go to a decentralized exchange on Sonium and try to swap a meme coin, the transaction would fail because essentially the sequencer was blocking you. The cool thing, though, is that you can still go to the layer 1 smart contract. You can construct a transaction simply using Etherscan, and you can actually submit this to the contract, and it would effectively force the sequencer to include your transaction. So we can see here the block explorer of Sonium. The meme coin token IBO was actually able to be transferred and swapped, bypassing the sort of sequencer's censorship. The problem with this, though, is it's leverages optimistic rollups, and we need to start moving towards a world of ZK rollups because it offers much better security and much faster finality for moving between chains. And then the second example is DYDX V3. DYDX is a derivatives exchange. V3 was actually built on the old Starkware technology called StarkX. It was recently shut down towards the end of last year and sunset for V4 on the Cosmos. The interesting thing here is that users were able to sort of go and actually get their transaction included and withdraw their assets, even though the team had completely, sort of sunset the project and stopped running the operator. The problem that you can see there is that, out of 70 million that was left in the system, only around $40 million was actually successfully withdrawn to the L1. So there was no real mass exit mechanism to make it easy for everyone to get their assets off, and many just still sits there today. The problem as well with this mechanism is this is today only available for app chains, not for general purpose ZK blockchains, which is obviously the goal of ZK EVMs and the future of public blockchain scaling. So now I'm going to introduce our proposed solution, which is called a based block, not to be confused with a based rollup. A based block essentially adheres to the Ethereum block structure. So you have the block header, the transactions in the body. And the reason for this is that on Linear is an EVM equivalent rollup, so the block is essentially exactly the same as it is on layer 1 as it on layer 2. The key difference, so some of the block fields are pre-filled except the ones that can only be determined at the time the base block is included in the L2. So things like the L2 block number, the timestamp, the block hash of the parent block, the signature of the sequencer, and the base fee. One of the key differences between a base block and the other mechanisms we were looking at is that this is not a single forced transaction inclusion function. Base blocks actually advance the state of the L2, so it's an entire block with a state transition. And for us, at least for linear as ZKVM, it's just much simpler to manage and prove. And then it comes with this nice sort of bonus, which is it makes it really easy to do a mass exit. So in the future, for example, if linear was like censoring you or the validator went down, you could like compile a transaction list of everyone's transactions and then submit a base block and withdraw them en masse. So you avoid the issue we saw with DYDX v3. Some key components of the base block system, just to kind of set the tone. So we have this new smart contract we'll be introducing, which we're calling a based sequencing smart contract. Essentially maintains a list of all the base blocks that get sent to it, has some new functions to append a new base block, mark a base block has failed, or even validity proof that it's correct, which makes more sense later. We have this base block appender, which is essentially a tool that makes it really easy to construct and then send a base block to the smart contract. The sequencer and validator, which is on the layer 2, the actual component that actually builds the block on the layer 2 itself. And today, Linear has a single sequencer. The base block bridge, which essentially is a component for monitoring the L1 events and then relaying that to the L2 via a private trusted link. The proof generator to generate an execution proof. And then lastly, we have a new type of validity proof, which takes the execution proof, does some sort of extra validation, and then will actually prove the virtual block in case a validator goes down. So how does this process look exactly? We have, here I'm going to list out the sort of inclusion workflow of a base block. Of course, at the beginning, we need to actually craft it, submit it. So you build the block as if you're constructing it for linear, send it to this new L1 smart contract after you've removed the fields. You'd RLP encode the block as well before you submit it. And this is all happening on Ethereum layer 1 as well. The smart contract will run some sanity checks, so make sure that the RLP encoding is correct, make sure that the required fields are there. And it will also assign an ID to the base block. So we end up sort of tracking this like ordered list of IDs of the blocks that are being sent, and as well as the L1 block timestamp that the base block is sent in. And then lastly, the smart contract, once a transaction is processed on Ethereum, will emit an event. And then this event is picked up by the base block bridge, and it's sort of relayed to the linear validator. Okay, so then the validator receives this within a time window that can be set by the system. So maybe we set that the time window is within 6 hours. The validator will receive it within that time. It will then fill in the missing fields into the block, like the block number and a timestamp and a signature. And then it will essentially extend the linear L2 blockchain. If, for example, the linear validator tries to construct the base block on the L2 and it's invalid for whatever reason, like maybe some fields are missing, it can then send a message back to the L1 smart contract to say, like, this base block was essentially, marked as failed. And now the interesting part is, let's say that the validator was actually censoring the transaction. So within that time window of, say, 6 hours, if the validator had said, oh, the base block is marked as failed, an independent watcher on the L1 can see and can verify themselves with what's called an execution proof. Okay, so they'll submit an execution proof. If they, in fact, can prove that this base block should have been included, but it wasn't, so effectively it was being censored, then it updates the smart contract on L1 to change the finalization and allow anyone to finalize this base block. So in this scenario, it's essentially like a virtual block because it wasn't actually included on L2, but by updating the finalization smart contract, someone could essentially include that into the canonical chain or ordering that's actually present on the L1 itself. Another potential situation is what if the validator is missing, like there's downtime or there's a validator failure, quite similar to the DYDX scenario, then we can actually handle that very gracefully, again, because what would happen is within the time delay, so let's say the 6 hours that we set, if the L1 smart contract hadn't received a message from the validator, either to say that, yes, the base block had been included, or no, it was invalid, then again, an independent watcher can submit an execution proof. This time it updates the finalization contract to say, I will accept any new validator to submit a proof to this smart contract. And so we have this like waiting list of validators that can then step in and sort of resume the chain and resume the finalization and resume actually processing this base block. So again, we handle both censorship resistance and just classic like liveness issues. So the core properties of base blocks, we have 5 key attributes. Of course, this gives us security. With the base block, we can guarantee the security of your funds. You can always get them off, meeting the walkaway test that we mentioned. Censorship resistant, so even if the validator, whether it's centralized or even a decentralized set of sequences, try to collude against you, you can always get your block included, like it won't be censored. You won't have the issue, like with the Sonium example, like we'll be able to do the same sort of bypassing mechanism. It's built in, so this will actually be like an integral part of the rollup itself. So in protocol, not having like extra protocol components. It will always be live, so we have that liveness guarantee that even if the validators are missing, you'll always be able to have a new validator come and step in to resume the process. And then it's decentralization friendly as well. So most rollups, in fact all rollups today, including Linear, are centralized, and even if we decentralize the sequencer, then this would still be compatible with that architecture. So this is our Linear product roadmap that's public on our forums. The key thing I want to highlight here is in the H2 2025 column under the community experience swim lane. So we actually have plans to implement this sort of escape hatch, and this might be this base blocks proposal, or it might be something similar, but essentially it will give us, it will help us pass the walkaway test and move Linear to a stage 1. At the same time, we're also planning to add what's called a multi-prover. So essentially we'll have multiple different ZK proofs or even like T-based or other solutions where essentially as long as a sort of subcommittee of them verify on the L1, the state transition will still be proven. And this actually helps us achieve what's called a stage 2 rollup. And so the difference between a stage 1 and stage 2 is a stage 2 actually gives us the insider attack test. So in a stage 2 rollup, if the team operating the rollup or the decentralized block builders were actually trying to attack the rollup, they still couldn't. Okay, so that's like the sort of gold standard of where we need to get these systems to. And our plan for Linear is to get there at the end of this year. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about based rollups, which is a slightly different concept. This is how the architecture would look like for Linear today as a based rollup under the context of a zero-knowledge rollup. So the key difference with a based rollup is that the L1 proposers, so the validators, they're the ones responsible for actually sequencing the layer 2 blocks. So obviously today you have these centralized sequencers, or you could even have like a decentralized set of sequencers. With a based rollup, the L1 proposers that we have are the ones building the blocks. That's the key difference. You can see here in the architecture for each of the blocks. So the L1 proposer is actually submitting the rollup block with a blob. So the blob for the 4844. Then essentially we have this component which batches together all of the blocks, compresses them because it's more efficient, and then generates an execution proof which essentially proves that individual batch. We're then able to aggregate all of these proofs together into a single final snark proof, which we submit to the layer 1. And then once that proof is finalized with the L1 finality of 2 epochs, then we can say that all of those transactions and L2 blocks within that span of batches are sort of effectively final by Ethereum's perception. The problem with based rollups, though, is that that would make Linear's block time 12 seconds, which as today it's 2 seconds, so an increase of 6x is just not a great user experience. So in order to overcome that, the sort of proposal is to include what's called a gateway and pre-confirmations. So how it would work with Linear, and you can see it gets a little bit more complicated. Effectively, the L1 proposer would delegate the block building responsibility to what's called a gateway, which essentially is just a sophisticated actor. They could also self-delegate it and build it themselves, but we want to keep like L1 proposers as effectively dumb as possible for decentralization. The user then on the L2 would sort of submit their transaction to a node via RPC. The gateway would be the one actually then building the block, kind of much like we have block builders on Ethereum today. And then be responsible for including that into Ethereum itself. And then obviously the rest of the process follows. And the reason that this is important is because we've introduced this new actor, this gateway, which effectively is, again, like a sort of sequencer, right? Like it's a new sophisticated actor that could become centralized. There will be, stake and reputation for this gateway, but with the base block, we could still force the gateway to include it, which provides us that censorship resistance. So the kind of key thing is here that with Linear's current decentralization roadmap, whether we have a decentralized set of sequences or we go for the base rollup approach, the base blocks will still be compatible with both and work with ZK. So either way, we're sort of, this hopefully a solution is still going to meet all the requirements. So just to kind of wrap us up and some key takeaways. A reminder that, rollups, we've come a long way with scaling solutions, state channels, Plasma. Rollups give us this value prop of strong censorship resistance and security guarantees. That is why they are the best scaling solution available, and we chose the rollup-centric roadmap. No general purpose ZK rollup has actually been able to sort of implement this and offer these properties yet, which is a problem. Base blocks, this proposal for Linear, is a solution that actually could achieve censorship resistance in stage 1 for Linear ZK EVBM. And then Linear's goal, as I mentioned, is to be a fully stage 2 rollup by the end of this year, the end of 2025. And no matter what sort of decentralization path we choose, or anyone using the Linear tech stack, because there's others as well using it now, centralized, decentralized based, it will all be compatible with any architecture. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Just dreamers on chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with the buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feet graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry, hey, Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Let it up, the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with As firewalls splinter to confetti bits, I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candace, and today we're going to talk about whether mass adoption is really the measure of success for Web3. So I'm currently a PR consultant, and I work mostly with infrastructure projects. I've been in this space since 2017. I am also a core contributor to CryptoComs Collective, which is a group of Web3 and crypto PR and communications professionals. We're brought together to ensure continuous high standards of the work that we're doing in this space, and also to build trust in this industry. So to start off, I asked the question, all of you, why are you here? Why are you here at this stage? Why are you here in Denver? Why are you here watching me from the live stream, which I hope you are doing? And why are you in Web3 and why are you in crypto? So I'll tell you why I'm here. I stumbled onto this industry because I stumbled onto an open position. And when I read about the company, I read what blockchain is, what DLT is, and what the company is using this technology for, I said, oh, wow, that's cool, that's exciting, I want to be involved. And from that moment, I told myself that I wanted to elicit the same kind of response, a bit a little more enthusiastic than what I just showed you, to everyone that I talk to about the work I do and about the projects that I work with. So why is that important? So that was a very simplified and very unpolished version of what I would say is vision and purpose. My vision and my purpose. And this is important because vision and purpose, it drives actions, it drives words, it drives motivation. And I have worked for a really long time, and in Web 2, very corporate Web 2 experience, and in Web 3 with leadership directly. And it amazes me that a lot of them don't actually communicate their vision, what they want, what they're trying to achieve. They'll tell me an idea they have or what they want to do, and I always have to pull them back and ask them, what are you trying to achieve by doing that? What do you want? And why are you doing it? And a lot of them have to pause or think about it or come up with something on the fly that I said, does that tie back to your strategy? Does it make sense? And oftentimes, it's very nuanced in this industry because vision can pivot. Vision and purpose can pivot intentionally. It can pivot reluctantly, for a variety of reasons, bad reasons, good reasons. Maybe because there is some sort of pressure from the VCs or communities or internal team members. And I think a very, very big example of vision pivoting would be Google. The founders, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, initially had this vision of an open source public space, a superior search engine, right, that actually makes information universally accessible and useful. They were very much against an advertising-based business model because they felt that it would impact basically the integrity and the biasness of search results. And it wasn't until an early investor and advisor, sounds familiar, realized the potential that user data can be used for profits and push for it, that Google became the Google that we know of today. And they achieved mass adoption. Great, right? And I guess they're really successful, right? Or wrong? Is that a success that you want? Maybe, maybe not. So from there, today what I'm talking about isn't those people who, know that they want mass adoption because that's what they needed, know that they want to turn a quick profit, make a quick buck. I'm talking about the builders who wanted to solve a real-world challenge. They wanted to build something, or they want to build something for themselves, for their family, for their friends. You may be young and new, all new. You could be old and new, and very optimistic. Or you could be experienced and wary, kind of like me, but you're still holding on to hope. You're holding on to hope that is tighter than you hodling your bags. That's me. And, I'm talking to the ones who kept on keeping on, even during the bear market. And you're still here in Denver, you've gone to, you've gone to the conference circuit, and you've met the like-minded people, and you've enjoyed it. And you managed to shut out the noise that's irrelevant to you. So, where's this not working? Sorry, where's this not working? Yes. Great. So when did we become obsessed with mass adoption? In my line of work, I am constantly keeping up with the changing narratives. What is hot, what is not, DeFi summer, or whatsoever. Everything that comes up on crypto Twitter. And, I saw how we landed onto mainstream adoption, mass adoption. Remember, everyone was talking about onboarding the next billion users on crypto Twitter, on panels, on stages like this. And, you kind of bought into it, right? That wave was just so infectious. And interestingly, I think that this tied in around the bull, where there was a lot of VC money flowing in. And everybody was in a rush with intense pressure to prove PMF to the VCs, to prove that those VCs are going to have an extremely high ROI. And, what better way to say that, they get a huge return by saying that your product will achieve mass adoption. That became the only metric that kind of mattered, alongside your DAUs and your TVLs. So, mass adoption, mainstream adoption is basically a widespread use among general public, and it is actually viewed as a mainstream standard in our daily lives. And mass adoption is also a significant number of people that are actively using your Web3 applications, your crypto native applications. This could be your DEX, your wallets, your content management platforms like Meyer, your decentralized credentials, your decentralized storage like Filecoin and Codex. It is also the seamless integration of crypto native tech into our daily tools. This means that the user interaction does not need to actually understand crypto or Web3. It's pretty much similar to people who are using the internet and have no idea what TCP/IP is. I know that I don't really know as well. And also economies of scale. Right, this is basic 101 economics, which I had to study. When something has reached mass adoption, mainstream adoption, the product actually becomes affordable enough for everyone. So that's a very, consumer product sort of way to view things. And this is how adoption in our industry currently looks like. We have NFTs. We have our DeFi, you have your DEXs, you have your crypto bank cards, wallets, Memecoins, enough said, investment products, your ETFs, physical OTCs. So that actually exists in Hong Kong. It's just there for Consensus Hong Kong. And you could see them, popping up a few places here and there. Bitcoin ATMs. So there are 40,000 Bitcoin ATMs around the world, across 72 countries. Can you guess which is the country that has the most number of ATMs? Exactly, the United States, with 32,000 ATMs, Bitcoin ATMs here, followed by Canada and Australia. So yeah, and I am including regulation in adoption, in the mass adoption of this industry landscape, because regulation follows growth. And when an industry becomes a fundamental part of an economy, this is when the government realizes that it requires oversight. So when regulation kicks in, it means that we are being taken seriously. And this is great, right? Except that one thing in common about everything is that it is financially motivated. There is a financial relation to it. There's a speculation and very speculative sort of aspect to it. And it kind of depresses me, or maybe not depress me, well, it's mainly because I work with a lot of really good infrastructure projects that doesn't have any direct link to this, right? And so where do you stand if you're not building a DeFi protocol? Where do you stand if you're not trying to rug pull, right? And alongside this image of our industry, you have seen the issues that have cropped up. We're talking about the hacks, the rug pulls, the fraud, and so on and so forth. And that is how, the normies or even the media actually view our industry. And I need to qualify that all those problems and issues that's popped out is not a crypto problem. It is traditional fraud. It is traditional greed. It is the traditional, sense that, comes along with social media, that you need to be viral, you need to do something, you need the attention in order to succeed. And do you wonder, if you fit in anywhere, if your project would actually be on this page at some point in time? Maybe, maybe not. So, the thing about DeFi is it was essentially to drive financial freedom and accessibility. And now I think this is quite far from where we actually want it to be. So I'll tell you why mass adoption can be misleading, right? Because a lot of people could just be chasing it as a vanity metric, as opposed to actually having true real value creation. It is all about chasing users that actually, are drawn in by the hype. it's not about your utility, And talking about those users, the problem with these fair weather users are because they're here for speculative incentives, right? Airdrops, yield farming, they could be here for the zip line. I don't know if anybody got that, but anyway. And these users actually, they will leave when the incentives dry up. And then they go from project to project searching these incentives, which means that all of you that chase these group of users are actually just dipping your toe into the same very murky user pool. So this growth does not actually contribute to the growth of this industry at all. It's not real, it's not true, it is not sustainable, it is not long-term success for you. And at the end of the day, right, you don't actually solve real-world problems or even first-world problems, and something that's actually not a bad thing in my opinion. So, true adoption should be based on solving real problems and contributing to the greater good of the world and not just our industry. So, I want to talk about first principles because I am passionate about them, and because I can, and because it does matter. So, for those who don't know and those who know as well, let's just look back to the past, a throwback, and understand that crypto came from the cypherpunk era. It's all about sovereignty. It's about protecting privacy, anonymity, decentralization through cryptography, right? And I read that day on crypto Twitter, which I scroll a lot on, obviously, that people were saying crypto came out of the dark web. And there's such a huge misconception and misalignment from what the actual truth is. Thankfully, there were a lot of people who actually knew where crypto came from, commented and replied and just, kind of rectified that misconception. And why is this important? Why does it matter? Because somewhere along the way, we came from that into this huge meme coin and casino culture. Hey, nothing wrong with that. There is a place for everything. I'm going to qualify that. But then this means that we've gone so far, to the point that people are actually disinterested in building on these foundational principles or even caring about it, even thinking about it. Well, they've gone to the other extreme and somehow just exploiting it. And, it is a very clear indication of what the masses want, because I'm a PR, and I work with a lot of infra projects. So it means that it's a massive effort on my part to get the media to actually be interested in really, really good infrastructure stories, milestones, what the roadmap achievements, what the impact to the wider industry is. They say they're interested, but they say that the viewers may not be interested. I used to work for an infrastructure privacy company, and getting any sort of privacy-related stories placed is even harder. And they say, no, we love it, we want it. Everyone cares about privacy, we care about privacy, but we don't really know how to care about it. So, it's very hard to write about it. Nobody cares, nobody wants to read it. And that's actually quite sad, in my opinion. And look, I think that there are people who also started out building with these foundational principles in mind, and somewhere along the way they've had to pivot. Pressures from VCs, communities actually, I guess, put more pressure on these projects than VCs, and even internal team members. People they hire in to scale the company and to drive growth somehow have a different vision and somehow look at success differently. So a lot of companies are forced to do that, and I think the issue is that when you are chasing mass adoption blindly, there's a very high probability that you're going to steer away from not only just the foundational principles of crypto, but your own original vision. Like I said, there is nothing wrong with mass adoption if it makes sense for your project. There is nothing wrong if that is a success that you want. But I'm talking about those who are searching more beyond that and really want to look at the value that they're creating. There's a place for everything. So if not mass adoption, we have niche adoption, where a small but very knowledgeable and very engaged user base could actually create and give you more value than a very large and very disengaged and disinterested audience. I talk about, solving specific complex problems for well-defined communities. What does that mean? Well, basically, if you are solving for a very specific issue, you have a very specific user target, they can actually use your Web3 tool more effectively and also give you the feedback that will help you, improve your product and to help you scale and to help you prioritize the features that you should be prioritizing for your vision and for your product. And then, you get the correct feedback, you get the correct ask from the community and the industry and the users, and then you could iterate you could iterate many times and actually reach the stellar iteration that is very close or even close and even hit your original vision. So, I think that we need a fundamental shift to real value creation and utility. I landed in Denver last night and, just scrolling crypto Twitter, trying to get over the jet lag, going to bed. And it was really interesting for those who arrived on the weekend. There was a lot of chatter and talk about value and utility and how we need to start building for that. It doesn't matter what you think of the conference here or there or in Asia or anywhere. I think what matters is the people that you meet and what you talk about. And it seems to me that it's really high signal that everybody is desperately wanting to get back to focusing on building and creating the value and, desperately wanting people to see their vision and not just speculating on what the markets are moving towards. And I know yesterday or this morning, I don't know when Denver, so it's a different time zone. I think this morning there was a bit of a shake-up to the market. Everybody was saying it quite despondent. I shut it out because I wanted to talk about this today. And I think it worked because it helped me focus. And that's what it is, right? When you have a smaller, effective community, it helps you focus on the right things. It gives you a very clear direction of where you should be heading towards as you build and rebuild and rebuild and redraw your roadmap and publish it on Twitter. And, brief out your dev team, of course. So, these are some of the other pieces of the success puzzle. It's not prescriptive. It is not even something that I say you have to consider. I'm just giving you an example of how there are other measures to look at instead of mass adoption, right? We look at how effective are you at addressing a problem, a problem that you care about, a problem that maybe your family cares about. Impact on industry standards. So I think that if you are doing if you're doing something that's really well on a very smallish industry or big or mid-sized industry, and you manage to make an impact by changing certain things that you think doesn't work, that's a very huge, loud signal that actually you're doing something right. I want to talk a little bit about authority and reputation of users. So, for example, if you are, say, verifying scientific data, medical data, perhaps, right? And, you have the research institutions that are your users and, maybe some hospitals or, other related stakeholders. And there could just only be tens of thousands, not many, in the grand scheme of things in the world. But if you have the really reputable research institutions that are your users, like maybe the Meyer Clinic, I think that's very high signal as well, that you are a successful project. And at the end of the day, sustainable growth is something that I learned as a business degree holder. And I think that that's what we are effectively chasing, right? You think that mass adoption will allow you to have continuous users, and therefore your project will continue to grow and be around the next 10, 20 years. So, but the thing is this, right? That's the beauty of our industry. It's about free will, it's about choices. Users want choices. So again, like I said, this is not prescriptive, but it's time for you to think about what else you actually believe could be a measure of success for your project. So what does that mean? What's next? I think you should chase people who are you, who are your people. And I think you need to be the people that you want to be with. People that you work with, people who use your product, right? And take the feedback from both the team and the user to then, do better and to grow and to be successful, and prioritize features that tie back to your strategy, because that's never going to steer you away from your vision. If you have to pivot, but do it for a good reason, not because You're trying to impress a VC, not because crypto Twitter told you that that is the way to succeed. And expand outside of the usual and very obvious user pool. I talked about fair weather users previously. Think a little bit about who you want to be using your product. And I think that will put you in the right direction. So at the end of the day, ask yourself, what does success look like to you? I think it's time that all of you actually hear yourself think again, and not what the industry is telling you success is or what you should do. Listen to talks like this and panels and take away what you need to take for and know what works well for you. And one last thing as well, if you build it, they won't come if you don't tell them about it. So build for users that care about the same things that you do, and then tell them why they should care about your product. Thank you so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing more projects being talked about that are actually creating real-world value.
Dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Ways got the future on spin. Plug in tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Calling me mad, but that's just a beta test for Boodle. Oh, he just tried to do. 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 Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing, while the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Work marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. That lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff accordance grit, teaching stale protocol.
All right, is this on? Perfect, okay. Great, I'll be talking about composability begins with a fast confirmation layer. So this is a talk about composability of Web3 applications. And sometimes when I get on stage and I give talks, I wish I had one of those clickers from like Men in Black where I erase your memory, because there's so much noise about composability, about interoperability. And so I want you to forget everything that you know about interoperability, and let's just go back to the basics. For Web3 applications to compose, they need to communicate. And low latency is key to enable real-time interactions. This equally applies to Web3 and Web2 interoperability. So for example, when Coinbase receives a deposit of ETH, Coinbase needs a message from Ethereum indicating that an ETH transfer completed, and a way to confirm the finality of this message, right? To avoid reversion and potential loss of funds. Speed matters, but so does integrity. Communication must be both fast and reliable. Now, of course, the reliability of a message can come from a variety of different sources or different assumptions. And so a key question is always, what constitutes a reasonable trust assumption when one application is verifying a message from another? And this may be different, or the minimum required assumption may be different when those two applications reside, for example, on the same chain versus different chains, or whether they are on the same, but they are on different L2s, but on the same L1, etc. And we'll get into that. How do you achieve trust minimization? So the key advantage of intra-chain messaging, meaning messaging between applications that reside on the same chain, is number one, that you can achieve zero latency, zero relative latency. Apps on the same chain, or in other words, virtual machine, communicate via function calls between smart contracts. An example would be an account on Ethereum depositing ETH into Uniswap, which then triggers an action in USDC's application, which triggers a transfer of USDC to the account. So single transactions trigger multiple app changes that all finalize at the same time, which is why they have this messaging has zero relative latency. The other aspect is that intrachain messaging does not require any new trust assumptions beyond the assumptions that applications already make on those chains, or more precisely, that the users of those applications already make for the applications running on that chain, specifically the safety of the chain. The integrity, in fact, of the messaging between applications is ensured by VM logic. So even if the consensus fails, even if there's a reorg, the atomicity of messaging between the chains would still be preserved. There would be a perfectly intact version of message history on either fork. So the only problem is when the app, the social app behind Uniswap that users actually follow and the social app behind USDC that users actually follow were to choose different canonical forks in the event of a deep fork, say like Ethereum, like when Ethereum turned into Ethereum Classic and Ethereum, right? If that happened and Uniswap and USDC chose different forks, that would be a problem. But that is the only thing that can really break the integrity of intrachain messaging. No new trust assumptions. Now, the challenge of interchain messaging comes from a variety of different places. First and foremost, communication between apps on different chains, like across L1s, requires each app to rely on some kind of new trust assumption. Example, an app on Ethereum reading a message from an app on Solana must trust Solana's finality. That is an additional assumption beyond the assumptions that application makes just by running on Ethereum. Another example, I look at exchanges as examples of chains. They're just centralized chains, right? And so when an exchange like Coinbase accepts a deposit from Ethereum, that is an example of a cross-chain messaging between Ethereum and the Coinbase system. Coinbase's system can't simply reorg its own state if an ETH deposit reverts due to a deep Ethereum reorg. For example, a user may have already traded for US dollars and cashed out using the legacy financial system. So this is the key challenge of interchain messaging, the introduction of some kind of new trust assumption. What about interrollup messaging, L2 to L2? Well, it is actually possible for rollups to communicate through the shared L1. For example, each rollup could have an outbox and an inbox. The sequencer of that rollup can fill the inbox with new messages from the outbox of the other rollup once those messages have been reflected in a finalized state of that rollup on the L1. So this inbox on rollup A would verify some kind of Merkle proof against the Merkle root of rollup B finalized on the L1. This is totally possible. It doesn't introduce new trust assumptions. It is similar to apps on the same chain communicating. However, even though apps across L2s on a shared L1 can communicate via the L1 without new trust assumptions, this has high latency for several reasons. First of all, infrequent checkpointing to the L1. Rollups do not post to the L1 all the time. They post infrequently to save on data publication costs. Or in the case of ZK rollups, to amortize the cost of ZK proofs. Furthermore, long settlement times for optimistic rollups. If optimistic rollups are settling up, via fraud-proof games, then there could be a long fraud-proof challenge window before the L1 actually reflects the finalized Merkle root of the L1. Now, this could be solved by fast off-chain ZK proofs for all rollup stacks, which is possible today using ZK VMs like SP1, RISC-0, Jolt that can compile any rollup stack. So going back to the previous slide, when inbox A verifies a message, it doesn't need to just read it from the L1. It can verify against some published data to the L1 that is finalized. The L1 doesn't have to have verified the execution of rollup B. It suffices for the inbox A to receive and verify a ZK proof that was computed off-chain and delivered directly to inbox A. This is completely possible, but it will still have a relatively high latency because of the long finalization times on chains like Ethereum. So it takes up to 15 minutes to even finalize just data that has been published. Even if you had a real-time proof, right, that was verified by the L1, the rollup state isn't final until after 15 minutes, because that's how long it takes Ethereum to finalize. Ethereum is a slow consensus protocol. Now, L2s have a superpower: fast, soft finality. This is something very unique to L2 applications that is not exhibited by L1 applications. And this is due to the fact that only the sequencer is authorized to add new L2 transactions. The rollup sequencer collects transactions and periodically posts transaction batches to the layer 1 with a claimed state update. For validity rollups, the L1 would verify a validity proof. For optimistic rollups, it would enter a fraud-proof challenge window. Those details don't matter. But the point is that the L2 transactions also only depend on finalized Ethereum state. And while users can force include L2 transactions via the L1, they can only do so if the sequencer censors them for too long. So the sequencer, the L2 sequencer, immediately knows that an L2 message is final, assuming the L1 is safe. I.e., something like Ethereum, that Ethereum never experiences deep reorgs that break final Ethereum blocks. As a result, wallets, applications on other chains, exchanges, etc., they can trust L2 sequencer confirmations of an L2 message if they trust both that the sequencer is honest and won't get hacked, and that the L1 is safe, that final L1 blocks never reorg. This is a superpower that is not possible for applications that run directly on the L1. There is no equivalent party to the sequencer that a wallet, app on another chain, exchange, etc. may trust for a fast confirmation. They have to wait the 15 minutes for the Ethereum L1 confirmation. So now obviously this introduces a new trust assumption, but if you trust the sequencer, you can get a fast confirmation. An example that I want to make sure is clear is not a real example. USDC's cross-chain transfer protocol does not trust sequencers today, but if they did, they could enable less than 1 second bridging of the USDC between different L2s. The way that CCTP works is that you can have a USDC contract on one chain receive an instruction from a USDC contract on a different chain that had burned a certain amount of USDC, and that is an instruction to mint the equivalent amount of USDC on the destination chain. If these messages just simply come from trusted sequencers, then within the span of a few seconds, you could bridge from USDC, from Optimism to Arbitrum to Polygon and back, etc. But sequencers can get hacked. A trusted sequencer can still get hacked. Temporary hacks of any sequencer, in the example I gave, can cause extreme damage to USDC. The hacker would be able to freely mint USDC on any of these chains, even if just one of the 3 sequencers gets hacked. Devastating hacks of centralized servers happen all the time in crypto. The Ronin Bridge, a $625 million loss. Harmony Horizon, Poly Network, Wintermute, Bitmart, most recently Bybit of $1.5 billion loss. These are not sequencers, but it doesn't matter. The concept is the same. All of these cases resulted from some form of compromising signing keys for a relatively small set of servers, enabling the attackers to maliciously authorize something. Hacks occur when there is money to be made. And centralized L2 sequencers are really no different. The risk for cross-chain apps, moreover, compounds when trusting centralized confirmations. Let's assume that each sequencer has a small independent chance of getting hacked. Independent chance P of getting hacked. In our hypothetical running cross-chain transfer protocol example, the chance of USDC failure grows like n times P with n connected chains. So the risk of USDC getting compromised is now 100x higher if there are 100 chains in a cluster that are communicating. Because a single compromise of a single sequencer would allow for free minting of USDC on any of these chains. Now, contrast this to consensus protocols. If you use a consensus to protect sequencer reorgs, and I'll demonstrate in this diagram how this can be done by introducing a separate consensus protocol that is faster than the layer 1, a so-called layer 1.5. This is how it works. So the sequencer, before it posts to the L1, to the layer 1, it streams its transaction batches to this separate consensus protocol. An example of this that runs in production today is the Espresso network, which can scale to thousands of validators like Ethereum. The sequencer streams its transaction batches and waits for a certificate from this consensus protocol before posting its batches to the layer 1. Note, the sequencer can still issue soft confirmations. Nothing has changed with regards to soft confirmations. The key difference, though, is that when the layer 1 bridge contract receives a state and receives a stream, a new batch of transactions for the L2, it checks not only that the sequencer has signed this batch, but that the sequencer has a certificate that this separate consensus protocol also signed off on this batch. What this prevents is that even if the sequencer gets hacked, the sequencer cannot post something else later to the L1 that is inconsistent with the batch of transactions that it streamed to the L1. So unlike soft confirmations, which can be violated when the sequencer gets hacked, confirmations that come from transaction batches posted to this separate layer 1.5 cannot be compromised unless the layer 1.5 is compromised. In our example, the USDC bridge, CCTP, could compute a message from transactions finalized on the layer 1.5 and have the protection of this consensus protocol instead of trusting individual sequencers. Wallets, apps on other chains, exchanges, etc. could confirm an L2 message against the Merkle root of the L1.5, similarly to the L2 superpower of sequencers, if they run a full node for the L2 to compute the message from transactions finalized by the L1.5, or they receive a proof they trust, like a zero-knowledge proof or even a trusted execution environment attestation verified against the Merkle root. If they trust that the L1.5 is safe, meaning final L1.5 blocks never reorg, and if they trust that the L1 is safe, final L1 blocks never reorg. It is a new trust assumption still, above the just trusting the L1 is safe, but it is a much, much weaker assumption than trusting centralized sequencers. And moreover, the risk, when many rollups share this, does not compound. So when you're trusting clusters of sequencers cross L2 apps like we described, they can be compromised if any sequencer is hacked. So the risk grows linearly with the cluster size. With trusting a shared consensus layer, like the L1 or the L1 plus espresso network, breaking the finality of any message from any chain requires compromising 33% of the validators running consensus, independent of the number of L2s that are using that consensus. The espresso network is a live confirmation layer that can be leveraged by L2s. It's been live on mainnet since November. It runs the hotshot consensus protocol, today on 100 distributed nodes, but transitioning to proof of stake in June 2025, which will turn this into a permissionless network that can theoretically scale to the size of Ethereum. I'll end with a joke trailer for my upcoming movie, because I advertised that this would be the first screening of this on Twitter. So for those of you coming here, I don't want you to think that I rugged you.
Then came the layer 2s in droves born out of.
Oops. Try one more time.
In the beginning, there were only layer 1s. Then came the layer 2s in droves born out of a pressing need to scale. The layer 2 wars left the universe fragmented, disconnected. And then, in the 25th year of the third millennium in the 21st century, approximately 4.54 billion years after the Earth's formation, a new era began with the arrival of the layer 1.5. This marked a significant turning point in human history, the layer to unite them all.
So you can now generate trailers in under an hour using AI, which is pretty cool. Thank you, and that's my talk.
She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby doo crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with the bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with do.
But just
you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I smoked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry, hey, Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Head it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaks at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Wade.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is Germán Aval. I'm here with Victor Del Val, and we are working on the EVBM, the Ethereum virtual machine. You can find more information in evbm.org. So there will be QR codes around the presentation where you will find more information, direct links to the source code or to the documentation for each one of the things that we are talking about here. Like here. Please, next. Well, we know that the state of Ethereum now, it's a fragmentation, and we have a lot of issues also with scalability, thinking about infra. This is a picture of more or less what happens in EVM ecosystem. We have an L1, L2, then we have L3, interconnections, and a lot of infra deployment. So what we come to solve here with the EVBM project is the chain fragmentation in an infra-less solution. What means this? In the EVBM ecosystem, there is no chain fragmentations, and is not more infrastructure needed. How? Well, there you have a link to our smart contracts, and this solution is based on the deployment of smart contracts that virtualize the functionalities of an EVM and let you make a lot of improvements, so you have a virtualized EVM that is deployed now on an EVM. So the scalability now is in a vertical way from the ecosystem of the EVM that is already deployed, working, secure by a lot of infra. So this is a novel approach that let you do EVBMs very customizable, so you can have like executors that can act in behalf of other users. You can make dispersed space natively, and you can do whitelisting of usage. You can have your own name service working there as a service. We will see this later. You can have your own restrictions. You can also use native tokens of the EVBM without matter what is the native token of the EVM. So you can do an abstraction of that. You can use rewards, also reward systems that are also already coded. And of course, things like async nonces, that is something very needed and is very easy to implement. So there is a QR code also to see these kind of implementations. So about security, you will have your own execution rules. So you have your EVM, and then you have the EVBM. You can make rules, who can execute, who can't execute, rules of execution. So you are inside the EVM ecosystem. You have the EVBM deployed there, but you can put some logs to get access to some interfaces that are what was asked, will be acting as the opcodes or the interactions with the nodes. That is exactly the infra that is already deployed by the consensus of the first layer. And also, of course, the EVBM is demilitarized the DMC space to the EVM. The EVBM always can interact with the EVM ecosystem where it's deployed, and of course, use all the bridges and everything around. And the EVM could have access or not to the EVBM. So here we have a lot of abstraction, and this is important. When you deploy your own EVBM using this set of smart contracts and the new versions, you will be able to easily abstract transactions through relayers. In example, could be free, depends of if the relayer get a reward from the EVBM. So one transaction can go to a relayer and many more other transactions from other users, and this generates a meta transaction that goes through the EVM and goes to the EVBM that is smart contracts, but will act as an EVM. So there the transactions are unpacked, are verified, they do what they have to do, and then maybe gives a reward or whatever, change the state of the EVBM on mappings, on the storage of the contracts, not in the state of the chain. And this only will change for the relayer. Or also, you can make it permissionless, so you have the direction to go through a relayer, but the users can also go directly to the EVBM with a normal transactions. This depends on your configuration of the EVBM. So we can abstract transactions, we can abstract gas, of course, giving rewards to the relayers, because we will see later, but here, all the tokens are synthetics of the tokens that are on the EVM, because when you want to interact in the EVBM and you want to interact with tokens that already exist, you make synthetics, and with these synthetics and DeFi protocols, you can start generating yield that later you can get. You can have a treasury for the EVBM, or also you can reward all the relayers and different actors. You can abstract nonces, as I said in the past slide, where you can have sync nonces and sync nonces or anything that you can imagine. And this is a very easy way to prove, test, and implement opcodes with just a few Solidity lines, and you will have very extended functionalities, and of course native tokens. There is a QR code also to this part of the documentation or the code. Next, what I was talking before, you can do yield generation. This is because all the tokens that exist in the EVM ecosystem where you deploy, in example mainnet or any other chain, could be an L2 as well, become synthetic in the EVBM. Then the EVBM can give rewards to the different actors. How these rewards are generated with yield with the EVBM, that in a permissionless way or a permissioned way, depends on the deployer or on how this want to be used, will be generating through the methods that already exist on the EVM, bridges, or DeFi protocols, or also you can deploy your own Hyperlane implementation or all the bridge implementation or whatever you want, and you can bridge from the EVBM to any DeFi protocol or use any DeFi protocol available, and you will get yield. And this yield will be used, it's like, imagine, it's a very difficult scenario, but imagine that there is a EVBM deployed in the whole EVM ecosystem of Ethereum. Everyone will have the same tokens, will be able to do the same things, but will be generating yield for everyone to spread among them. Of course, there is many security implications there, but this is a scenario very easy to understand. So, you deploy when you are, because there is another thing. A question that comes very often is, okay, do you have the EVBM? Can I deploy there? Can I compile smart contracts on your EVBM? Yes, you don't need to do it in the EVBM. You do just in the host, in the EVM that is hosting. And if the EVBM is compatible and is awaiting for this, you just deploy. In example, we have codes already made for peer-to-peer swaps, DeFi lending, staking, and a name service. And you deploy these services. These services are on the EVM. The users can interact directly with these services or through the relayers also with the services. And these services use the EVBM. So you invented a peer-to-peer swaps, in example, for the EVBM. Is deployed in a permissionless way in the EVM, and the peer-to-peer swaps is using the EVBM. And every time it's using the EVBM, because of maybe the configuration that you made, the protocol will be getting the rewards. The yield from the staking that is generating depends how do you want to set the rewards. We have already many pre-configured possibilities, but this is very interesting because you can deploy something that we call services. So you have your EVBM, you have a lot of services around, and the users can interact with them without any problem. And the relayers, of course, are very important if you want to do a lot of abstractions. So the user can connect in a Web2 manner, and then they are using the Web3 without knowing anything. Another thing that is very interesting here is that you can change the host or your EVBM in case you are doing a lot of abstraction, and the users will not know it, and they will continue using your protocol, and you are just switching because infra preference for the host. Next. Well, another thing very interesting is sandboxing. When we want to try code, test, and also validate with users, it's nothing more easy than deploy on a testnet. And with the EVBM, you can deploy solutions, very strong solutions. In example, you have a new EIP, the 42069, and then you code an EVBM, you make the change on the code to make the implementation of this EIP, and you throw it live to an EVM, and people can start using it, giving feedback, whatever is needed. And then when the feedback is enough, you can disable this EVBM and you do the EVM upgrade. So this lets you make very easy EAP tests and implementation or other kind of modifications that you might think are great for the EVM. Well, the EVBM future, we think, can the future happen just on mainnet? Yes. We can have Ethereum mainnet extremely more reinforced, with more nodes, with more infra, and we just can deploy EVBMs for art, DeFi, gaming, ultra, social, CK, whatever, without needing more infra, deploy new mempools, new nodes, more requirements, and divide efforts in place of have the same effort and start growing vertically in place of horizontally. So, well, have you ever seen a hyperstructure? Well, please, there is a link that you will be able to copy more easy in the streaming later. This is a QR of our mirror post, the first one that we made, where you can find the repo, you can find our socials, you can find our licensing model. The EVBM is free to use for personal use and educational use. Is a non-commercial license, so if you want to make a commercial implementations, you have to reach to us and we can explore the implementation. And well, thank you for your attention and I hope you like it, the new way to scale Ethereum. And now we have a Telegram group, you can join it, it's brand new. Please come, thank you.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff-eyed corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, cause regen biddlers stacking stacks. For we bid let this city on sports and chains. We bid let this city with regen brains. We bid let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. CK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some TradFi bro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go we pay let the city on sports and chains. We pay let the city with regen brains. We pay let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. If you fade it, just stay seated. The Etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, cause regen memes are proliferate. Bid let the city on sports and chains. We bid let the city with regen brains. We bid let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whiz. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagron drools over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby-doo-bop crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffer corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from trash sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Got receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. You private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive chump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk scene. Man it up to the entropy. Lace cracked vaults like who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with These firewalls splinter to confetti bits. I'm curating leaves at the after party, sipping TLS tears. Call me well connected, I call it coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti, they rock on PI. Get homemade in 7 for time. Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency sub. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin, boy. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the orphans, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Chaos is not a compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored out, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a found. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin, urging notes dancing where the bottlenecks been. Professor Way's got the future on spin, plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Throwing me mad, but mad's just a beta test. A bullet oh, he jumps right to oh, he jumps right to oh, he jumps right to oh, he jumps right. Not just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, buff corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield? Where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games. We just launch and stake on chain. Go, we pity let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Faded, just stay seated. The etherverse will leave you heated. We don't need your legacy, 'cause regen memes are proliferate. Let the city on sports and chains. We pity let the city with regen brains. We pity let the city on sports and chains. Rolling up and slapping chains. She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if your chain's choking ether Nyquist. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange drools over slow motion doom. Grind, her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bluff the corn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Da-da-da-da. Architect with a buffercorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with with you ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall.
Hey guys, thanks for taking some time out of your busy conference schedules to listen to me talk here. My name's Oliver. I'm an associate at CMT Digital. We're a venture firm in the space. We've been investing in projects since 2017, and I spend the majority of my time evaluating companies at the intersection of crypto and AI. And as such, today I'm going to be talking to you guys about AI agents and why blockchains are crucial for agentic workflows. So today we're going to get into what AI agents are and why this year, 2025, will be the year of AI agents. And then we're going to talk about why blockchain is the perfect substrate for AI agent interactions. And specifically, we're going to be talking about the benefits of blockchains to coordinate agent actions and why crypto payment rails are superior to Web2 payment rails. And then we're going to get into some of the new business models that are enabled by AI agents. And so why will 2025 be the year of AI agents? In large part, it's due to a shift in the AI research community from System 1 thinking to System 2 thinking. System 1 thinking can be thought of as the instantaneous responses that you receive from models like GPT-4o. So for example, if I ask GPT-4o, what are the top 10 things to do in Denver this week? It'll come back with an instant response, and that's because those 10 results were part of the corpus of data that GPT-4o was pre-trained on. Whereas System 2 thinking, on the other hand, is when the model stops and takes time to think and reason before producing a response. And so models like DeepSeek R1 and GPT-o1 have kind of pioneered this reasoning era of AI models. And through OpenAI's research, they found that the more time that you give a model to stop and think, and the more compute that you throw at it at inference time, the better the result will be, as you can see on the y-axis here. And so for tasks that are more performance sensitive and less latency sensitive, it actually makes sense to stop and let the model think for days, weeks, maybe even months before coming back with a response. And here's kind of a high-level diagram of what the AI agent stack looks like today. So at the lowest level, the intelligence level, this is the model layer. This can be thought of as the brain of an AI agent. And so with these System 2 reasoning models that are recently coming to market, these kind of supercharge the abilities of AI agents and allow them to complete highly complex tasks. And then in the middle here, you have memory. This is short and long-term vector stores that store the state of AI agent interactions and allow them to have memory and the ability to reference past interactions. And then at the top here, you have tooling. This just encompasses all of the tools that agents have access to. So things like web search, API calls, or sending payments. And now getting into why blockchain is the ideal substrate to coordinate agent actions. So agents have several requirements where blockchain properties can uniquely solve for these requirements. So for example, agents need to hold state over time in the form of memory. And blockchains have the property of immutability to have an immutable record of all of an agent's states. Agents also require the coordination of many different systems. And blockchains have the property of incentive mechanisms so that you can incentivize and align many different agents. Agents also require payments and instant settlement, and blockchains, of course, offer built-in payment rails. And then lastly, in a world where we have millions of agents acting on our behalf, generating trillions of outputs, we're going to need to be able to verify all of those outputs in order to hold agents accountable. And so getting into coordination and the benefits of blockchain here. So coordination is important because I firmly believe that the first instantiation of AGI will spawn from a multi-agent system. And specifically, a multi-agent system where you have many different specialist agents working together. And this is better than a monolithic system because it's more scalable and parallelizable. You can think of it almost like load balancing, where the more complex a task is, the more compute and agents you can throw at that task. And then blockchains are great for coordination and alignment of agents here because they've proven to be highly successful at coordinating humans at scale. Take Helium, for example. Helium could be all on a centralized server, but then they would deal with the network cold start problem. Helium used token incentives to properly incentivize early contributors to the network, and that allowed them to grow into the scale that they're at today. And so the same kind of setup can be used in a multi-agent system where we can incentivize and align different agents through token incentives in order to achieve highly complex tasks. And then along these same lines, agents are going to need a way to exchange value. And that's because every single query, API call, or tool that agents use requires some form of payment. And then this enables agent-to-agent economies to form, where you can have many different specialized agents. For example, one that specializes in NLP tasks, or one that specializes in image processing. And these agents can charge a small fee per each use. And then crypto payment rails are ideal here. Web2 rails like Stripe's AI Agent SDK exist, but they require an existing entity to be spun up, like a bank account. And there's also a flat fee on each transaction that's processed by Stripe. So you can't do things like send micropayments. Whereas with Web3 payment rails, agents can spin up wallets autonomously and have full control over the funds. Also on high throughput blockchains, agents can exchange value with low fees and near instant finality. And then why do agents need verification? Well, as mentioned earlier, when there are trillions of AI actions happening, this could be anything from content generation to financial transactions to confirmation of API requests. And you're going to need some way to hold these agents accountable so that misinformation doesn't spread. And blockchains are perfect for this, along with cryptographic proofs, because you can allow anyone to verify and view actions that AI agents are taking. And the result is that you have an immutable log of all agent actions, and they're all verifiable. And so here's kind of a high-level flowchart of what this might look like. You have a human query an agent, ask them to do some task, and pay in stablecoins. The agent then goes off and reasons, decides on which tasks to complete, breaks the problem down into subtasks, goes off and executes each task, generates a proof of each one, and then posts the task and the proof on-chain for anyone to verify. And so as with any technological revolution, we'll see new business models emerge as a result of the proliferation of AI agents. And so the first wave of new business models is often quite skeuomorphic and mimics old practices, whereas the second wave emerges when the technology's unique affordances become clear. So an example in the internet era could be, in the early days of the internet, people would pay for an entire album at a time on iTunes, similar to how they would go off and buy a CD at a store if they wanted to listen to a track. And then Spotify came along and introduced the subscription model, where I pay a flat rate each month and can access any song on demand. And this previously wasn't possible before the internet. And so with agentic apps, the real shift happens when new business models are designed around the unique properties of AI agents. And so here are a few examples that I thought of. One could be execution as a service. And this is where I have some task that I need completed, and I go off and post that somewhere, and then an agent or potentially a market of agents competes to fulfill that task for me on demand. Another one could be outcome-based pricing. Today, enterprises negotiate SaaS contracts where they pay per seat per month. But when AI agents are completing all these tasks for us, you can negotiate outcomes or KPIs with AI agents and then pay them based on how well they deliver on those outcomes. And then another one could be zero UI services, essentially invisible apps. So I could say to an agent, book me a flight from Denver to Chicago this Friday. And the agent handles all of the API requests in the back end, and I don't have to go to United's front end at all. And so we've covered new business models. Another question founders might be asking themselves is, if AI is making the cost to generate content or software near zero, then how can a business find a moat? And the truth is, AI isn't a genuine substitute for PMF. You have to find traditional business moats that work. And so a few examples are brand, having robust user behavior data, getting network effects, and simply rapid execution and iteration of novel AI features. So take Cursor, for example. They found PMF very early, and they were able to use all of this early user behavior data to fine-tune their models, as well as consistently iterate on their product features. So things like Composer and Agent, which allow you to inject code directly into your code base and have an agent run terminal commands for you and iterate over errors until they're solved. This is simply rapid execution of these novel AI features. And so what do we look for when we're evaluating companies at CMT? We look for unique differentiation. So does AI make this project uniquely better? We also look for strong core business models. So an AI financial advisor on its own might not be all that interesting, but if my brokerage, Schwab, integrates an AI financial advisor into their mobile app, that's an example of a strong existing business that's using AI features to make their product uniquely better. We also look for clear, sustainable value accrual. So will the token price appreciate as a result of growth in the network? And then we also look for flywheel effects. So is there some kind of self-reinforcing cycle where more users or more data lead to continuous improvement of the product? So the cursor example perfectly exemplifies this flywheel effect. And then we also consider timing. Is there a market that's large and that exists today or will exist in the near future that this product is trying to service? So for example, in the zero UI services, that's an example of something that might be too early because the main customer of that business model is AI agents. And AI agents aren't really doing all that complex things out in the wild today. So it's too early to design a product where AI agents are the sole customer. And so to conclude here, public blockchains offer several unique properties like immutability, verifiability, built-in payments, and incentive mechanisms, which solve for a lot of the requirements that AI agents have today and will have in the future. Additionally, we'll see new business models emerge as a result of this technological revolution, and as AI commoditizes routine tasks, real competitive edge comes from strategic moats and deeply understanding customer needs. And that's all I've got for you guys today. Thanks so much for coming by and listening to this presentation.
Just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, forking hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, vibes are flowing, Buffett corns are still a-growing. While the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen fiddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on force and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on force and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, cause permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna fiddle it there. Some tread fibro just rolled his eyes. Where's the yield, where's my supply? But we don't need your banker games, She's a Colorado comet in code forged steel, wings snipping latency like scissors through gel. 9 centuries young with a lance that's, if you chains choking ether night whisk. Found her at a bullet hook sucking down APIs, armor clinking with layer 2 lullabies. Scalability scripture, she winks at the moon while Lagrange rules over slow motion doom. Her shield's a disco wall, fracturing legs, grass, shooby crack. Ooh, that lance a lightning fork, splitting bottlenecks backs. Alliance architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Architect with a bufficorn's grit, teaching stale protocols how to fucking commit. Decentralize this, she smirks mid-flight as her wings tickle nodes into doing things right. Up to do with for do with for do with do with do with do 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 do. You ordered a moonwalk across gas feed graves. My mainnet's smoother than your mom's VPN saves. Daughter of the Rockies, high-speed high priestess, scales of justice ballast on a Memphis Express. Next bottleneck, I see mountain crush it. Click, clack, bosom, lace on firewall. I spooked and truce from dress sheets. That's my device. Nullifier sniffing by my clothes too crisp. Mainnet gossips, tastier than breakfast chips. Story, hack, flurry. Mama's making news before the cold reload. Job receipts in my cheeks, encrypted and plumbed. Your private DMs, I'm the dumpster dive jump. Eyes everywhere, that's 3 bird phones. Haunteries whisper, king chomp and blockchain bones. Make it down to my voted fuck. Stealth crawl through your junk dance scene. Bend it up to the entropy. Mace cracked vaults like, who's got the keys? Nullifiers huffing, you're just a rat with
Hey ETH Denver, I'm Jonathan Meyer and I'm here with EthStaker. And today we're going to talk with you about surveys that we've done for stakers and specifically what we've learned, some interesting findings over the last year, but also why it matters. So yeah, like I said, I'm Jonathan Meyer. I'm the executive director of EthStaker, and just to give you a little bit of an overview of what EthStaker is, we're a nonprofit in the community that serves to support, advocate for, and create resources for independent stakers and solo stakers. And our whole mission is to support the health and decentralization of the Ethereum staking ecosystem and the Beacon chain. So let's get into it. Come meet me after too if there's any stakers in the audience. I love meeting you all, and let's talk. I think one of the themes that I think about for this that was just dawning on me as I was preparing for this talk was that this topic is really about creating positive feedback loops. And this whole theme of this conference is about regeneration, so it just feels cool to talk about it and share with you what we've done and what we've learned and what's coming next. So I promise you there's more than one slide. There we go. So just a little bit of an outline of what we're going to do. First, I'm actually start with why it matters so that you're like, okay, I get it. Let's get into that. And then there's 2 surveys that I want to go over. One is a larger survey that we did in the spring of last year. And this covered a whole wide range of topics from who stakers are to their sentiments to where they get information, where they're learning, and help us understand more about them so that we could advocate for them better. The second survey is from the fall, which was much more limited and actually was born out of protocol and research discussions that were happening at the time around discussing updates to bandwidth usage that would be required if we went forward with things like blob target increases, gas increases, and also things related to like the PeerDAS protocol upgrades. So that's from the fall. I'll overview some insights from both and also give you the links to the full survey with the outline, with the full information that we did so you can kind of check that out. There are a lot of QR codes in this, I figured, so yeah, feel free to snap photos of those and take a look at things afterwards too. And then we'll also talk about positive outcomes, things that happen downstream of these surveys, and then what's look out for in the future, because we're going to do it again, and we're excited about that. Oh, and stick around, because if you stay toward the end, we're going to do this cool POAP that we have powered by Arbitrum. So we mint them on Arbitrum. You can't get it yet, and actually it's not even live yet because it's on like a secret website. So you got to stick around for at least like 10 more minutes to get that thing. But it's cool. We love POAPs. So let's talk about why these surveys matter. Maybe this is stating the obvious, but just to like emphasize this point, stakers are really important, independent stakers especially, to the decentralization of Ethereum. And this is a talk on why. Nixo, who's around here somewhere, this is a talk she gave like over a year ago, but it's a really great talk on like all the different reasons about why stakers and independent stakers are so important to the decentralization of Ethereum. And some of the reasons that it goes into are like, they're not controlled by any one entity or service. Like, you're not going to be able to influence them because, big giant corporate entity X said so. Not to pick on X, but it's not. They're very truly independent, and they have all the different levers under their own control about, jurisdictionally where they're located, geographically, what rules they have, what their bandwidth is, what their client choices, like what their execution and consensus client choices are for how they set up their machine, if they do any other software on the machine. So the thing is, it creates like a environment of resilience for the network to have this very like independently chosen and self-selected set of people validating and supporting the network. And so that's why it's one of Ethereum's magic powers, I think, is that this exists, and it's been growing in network effect over time, over many years now. But the thing is, they're also kind of historically hard to understand and opaque, because at the end of the day, every validator is just a public key address on the beacon chain. What can we tell about them? Nobody's like taking, you're attesting and you're proposing blocks, but like beyond that, it's hard to know what's going on unless people speak up in a Discord, which we do encourage people to do. Come participate. And that'll be a theme I hamper on, during this talk also, is to engage. But so they're historically opaque, and a little bit privacy, or very privacy conscious, and at the same time, we want their needs to be represented accurately and in detail, because we want to advocate for them, and if they're not being advocated for, then the health of the network can suffer. And if we, in fact, neglect them so much that stakers leave because they're just like not having a good experience, for example, well, then it's really suffering, and you would see that in like a lower decentralization profile of Ethereum. So the idea for these surveys then is to help illuminate that, shine light on that, and also help us onboard more stakers in a healthy, decentralized way, independent stakers. So we want to spot adoption barriers, like what is it from a hardware, software, or other requirements standpoint that we could do to help either surface those concerns or create resources, educational resources to better that. And then the other thing is protocol research. Like a lot of this stuff we can get in front of with protocol research that's happening literally as we speak, and then upgrades literally happening as we speak, with the Pectra upgrade going through testnets and into mainnet in not too long. So lastly, we want to be able to empower stakers, because the more they have the ability to speak up, the more their needs will be heard, and then the community can organize them around creating resources and support and advocacy for them. So these surveys are important, and we're looking forward to continuing to collect that data. And so one thing I'll also point out is that this GitHub link at the bottom is where all the open source data is stored. So we have everything stored. This is an EthStaker. It's called EthEducators, but it's something we run at EthStaker that houses all of the data sets and the analysis sets that we did. So you can take a look at that, build on it. We're always open source. And also, there's no QR code for this one, but if you look at the QR codes for each of the survey reports that I'll have in the presentation here, they're within those URLs, so check it out. So let's dive into the first one. The first one being the, let's see if I can, we'll leave it. The first one was the larger spring survey. And first, I just want to touch on like, who are these stakers anyway? And some of this is not too surprising, but it was interesting to put some numbers behind it for the first time. Over 90% of them see themselves as somewhat technical. And we know there is a spectrum of, technicality from, can you, some people may feel very technical when you're, working on a computer and helping someone, fix their computer who may not be comfortable with computers at all. But then there's people who are comfortable with command lines, and then there's people who are comfortable writing software, and then debugging software, and then protocol research and beyond. Like, it's just a huge spectrum. And so there is some level, like you're sort of on that like technical range if you're doing it. But then there's also 10% that don't see themselves as technical. So what we want to do is help this be open and available to everyone. Our motto at EthStaker is welcoming first, knowledgeable second. And so it's kind of like staking is for everyone, and we want to emphasize that point. So, and then the other thing that was interesting here is like, actually, most of the stakers, by two-thirds of them, are not employed in crypto. And so, I mean, you would think that maybe they'd have some kind of like focus on the industry and everything like that, but it was interesting to see that stat come out. And so people may not be fully paying attention to everything happening with staking and the protocol research all the time. And so to have their needs heard is important, because they may not be having their concerns voiced otherwise, if they're like focused on their day job, And then lastly, this is something that I think we already had some idea of, but also interested to put numbers behind, is that there is a concentration in North America and Europe. And so there's a lot of opportunity to support the rest of the world. I mean, there's many, many people that are very good candidates and great operators for running staking nodes around the world. And the more we have outside of just North America and Europe, the better for decentralization. So work to be done on that. And also it's great to see the conferences going to places like Thailand for DevCon and other places that are representing different areas of the world that we can all help support and navigate for. Another one, just getting deeper into who are these stakers, is that they see themselves as committed. These two pie charts on the left are talking about, they view the work they're doing as a staker as important for Ethereum. And 89%, in fact, feel like it's at least as or more important than when they first started staking. But on the flip side, the pie chart on the right is showing that it's actually not as... Some of them, more of them, feel like it's not as valuable for them as an individual to be staking. So there's kind of like a little bit of a discrepancy there. And so we were like, okay, well, what's that about? The range of concerns that they have are very wide-ranging. Something like supermajority client risks is very, internal to the industry, but affects the entire industry. And we want, it's something that if you're tuned in to the Ethereum staking industry, you're familiar probably with. Having any one client have too much control of the network is dangerous for the health of the network. And so that's one of them, but there's also many others that are just very practical and all deserve attention in support. So some things like hardware, tax policy, key management, like just internet issues. These are things that all could be helped with guides or, public service efforts. There's a whole list of things we could be doing and are doing to help out with these things. And I know like EthStaker in the past, we've done efforts with the rest of the community to help with the supermajority client issues. I know that has improved over the last 6 to 12 months. So like these things work. When we know about issues and we do things to correct them, they do work. So it's great to have this surface and surveys. And one of the things I'll talk about towards the end is that we're doing another survey this year, coming soon, and very soon actually. And I'm very interested to see the year-over-year data set comparison that we'll have with this one, because the questions will be very similar, and we'll be able to start to draw a trend line around how stakers' sentiments are changing and all these different data points that you're seeing here. But at the same time, all of this, solo stakers have felt sidelined or not represented in the research and development process. And in fact, 52%, so over half of them feel ignored or as if it's ineffective in supporting them. And that's as of mid-2024. So again, my feeling, anecdotal, is that is probably changing, I think. I think there's a lot of things underway that are making that improve. But it's interesting to see this snapshot in time where, this is just immediately a little bit post-Denkun when this survey was done. And so it's a very changing environment. And now we're going to have another one right on the eve of Pectra here. So it's always there's a lot of context around the data happening in these surveys. And you can see that with the chart on the right, the bar chart, it's like, there's a sense that, most of them feel it's kind of like meh in the middle. Are my needs represented? There's some that, it's kind of like an even bell chart there, right? So I think it just shows that we have room to improve, and I think there's people doing that. I mean, from when I listen to the ACD calls, there's definitely more representation of validated requirements. I mean, just in the last couple of weeks, hardware requirements, things that bring these conversations to a head in the forum where it happens. So it's great to see, and I think it'll be interesting to see how the data bears it out when we get the next one all finished up. So there have been resources, and there always are resources for stakers. This was interesting to see that it's also wide-ranging. The Discord, Twitter, GitHub, like those are all places. Can we see that okay? I think so. It's a little blurry, right? But the ones that are broken out, though, are more of like the social community resources. So you've got things like individual community groups. You've got Discords, Twitter. You've got things like Daily Gway, YouTube, other podcasts, smaller communities. But these are communities that people rely on. Like they're answering this survey to say, yeah, I relied on that source to learn about staking or to keep up to date with current requirements that I have to use to be an effective staker and continue evolving with the network. Because, contrary to popular belief, or maybe some belief, staking is not passive at all. It requires an active engagement to stay up with things, update your software, and keep performing those duties. So here's the link. This is a pretty long article, so I really pulled out some of the most interesting insights that we wanted you all to find. And but this is, if you want to go deeper, read this, and it's really interesting. This was published last summer, and it was a spring survey. I'll give you a second to get that. Hopefully everyone got it. The second survey, and this one's a little bit shorter because it was a shorter survey, but it was more focused on the bandwidth question. The question of, are you worried about bandwidth if we require more resources or more internet usage for your staking node, for your independent node, your solo staking node? And so, interestingly, I just want to call out, only 56% in the survey said they track bandwidth usage. So that's an opportunity right there for not to throw our staking community under the bus, but like it's good to be tracking, and it's cool to see how they're tracking. Within that 56%, there's all these different ways. Grafana is obviously a big winner because I know a lot of the guides show how to do that, and it's a really effective tool for monitoring all kinds of things. But there's other things people are doing too, like ISP monitoring, looking at their modem app. That was an interesting one for me to see. And then a whole bunch of other combinations of tools and firewalls, Ubuntu queries. So it's a diverse group, I think, to my point earlier. And one thing we're able to do in this survey is collect people's internet upload download speeds. So we integrated the data into range buckets, so it was a little bit easier to see here. This is download speed. So we actually collected upload and download speed. The upload speed is the one that is a little bit more an issue because across the world, and especially in really any country, upload speed is more of a constraining factor. And so what we did is, and just to, maybe this is a better one to look at this, because the upload speed is on the bottom and the download speed is on the top. So when it's the pink, it's pink there, that's where people are concerned or unsure if they're concerned about an adverse effect on their staking node setup if there was an increase in bandwidth requirements to run that node and keep up with the chain. So with the download speeds, you have a little bit more of a smoothed out effect. Let's see here. So you have the people are concerned, but it's more spread out. And especially with the higher ones, they're not as concerned. But with the upload speed, they're very concerned, especially in the lower ranges. So you can see how this coalesces around lower range, and especially that giant bar in the 11 to 50 megabits per second range. That's a pretty common range across many places in the world, North America and Europe both considered. And it's really only when you get to the people that have 100 or 500 plus megabits per second where they're less concerned. But you can see it really trails off. So like this data was just not something we had, and we wanted to collect it. And so that's some of the insights we were able to get. And this was very early pulse check information that we did in the moment. So it's something that now is part of the conversation. And there's also efforts. I'm going to speed through here. This is the file that we published in the fall for that survey. But I want to get to in the last couple of minutes here, some of the things that are coming out of this, downstream impacts. So I had a chance to snap the QR. So downstream outcomes are that, like I said, this impacts issuance curve changes, discussions around scaling, blob targets, gas limits. One thing that I have found really cool in the last couple weeks is that I think there's more engagement happening when we've got surveys like this going on. And so this is a little bit tangential to the survey-specific thing, but it comes to the idea of like a positive feedback loop that you as a staker can do with your node and with your own actions yourself by engaging and working with the ETH Panda Ops contributor service, they call it. And it's a really simple one-line command that you would set up, and you can actually programmatically provide feedback from your node into this service in a data privacy-oriented way. And so I encourage stakers to do it. If you can go to the ETH Panda Ops website, it's pretty easy to do, and they're a pretty supportive team. Yeah. And then let's see. I think I've said these things already, that we understand the impact to the community better and help identify issues that we can go after. And it helps groups like us, EthStaker, advocate better for independent stakers and solo stakers. You can see here, we've tried to promote this on Twitter when it's happening. This was a tweet from Hanny retweeting EthStaker from the fall on the targeted survey on bandwidth. So this is just a view of that. I just find it so cool. It's actually like more of a live thing that PandaOps has done. But that's something to go check out. This is a public page you can go view. Future call to action. Take the 2025 survey. I'm going to give you a QR code in a second to get on a list where we can notify you of that, so that I think it's going to be in a week or two that survey will be out. And engage with the community. Go to the Discord, go to Reddit, find EthStaker on X or any of the other communities. There's many different guides and communities that are supporting stakers out there, and engage. There's this, we talk about independence and solo staking, but there is a community and you can engage, and you don't go with this alone. So that's an important thing I think to remember. Finally, as promised, there's a POAP, and that's the form to get on. So collect the POAP on the left. It should be working. Yeah, it's been live for like 10 minutes now. It's a very temporary website, so this is hopefully it's working. Someone give me a thumbs up if you're able to mint it. If you're not, if it, for whatever reason, doesn't work, send your info, email. Okay, awesome. So the POAP works. It's only going to be live for like another 60, maybe 50 minutes. And thanks for listening. Thanks for coming to the talk.
Coffee for drip and the lab coat on fire. Sticky note constellation stuck to the ceiling wire. Gas fees are confetti. They rock on P Island. Homemade in 7 Shaboom, dose, efficiency pulse. The lag runs lagging in his latency so. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Air Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Velcro boots clicking through blockchain debris. Crypto notes flutter like drunk bumblebees. Optimize the board fins, they cackle and shout. Self-sustaining hubs flicker in the blackouts out. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Chaos is not compeller. Order's just a bug I forgot to unfurl. Mainnet shivers as their wild hair glows. Rumored AI, nah, just 3 Red Bulls in a row. What you building, prop? A singularity jukebox. How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs dial up found. Age, old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Urging nodes dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Way's got the future on spin. Bugging tomorrow with yesterday's ramp stains. Running mad's just a beta test. A bullet oh, just got just dreamers, on-chain truth, no middle schemers, working hard and shipping code till sunrise every day. DAOs are voting, buff corns are still a-growing, while the world is breaking down, we're regen in a new way. Some VC said this tech won't last, and the hurt bubble, watch it crash. But we don't need your central banks, 'cause regen biddlers stack in stacks. For we pity let this city on sports and chains. We pity let this city with regen brains. We pity let this city on sports and chains. No rug pulls, just pure on chain. Whale pools floating, fees are burning. ZK proofs the chains keep turning. Every block we validate is trustless, clean and fair. Open source and gas optimized, code permissionless and finalized. Fork marmots on the scene, you know we're gonna bid a little it there. Some tread bro just rolled his.
Hello, ETH Denver. Hey everyone, I am Micah Baylor. I'm the lead benefit steward at Opolis. And today I'm here to talk to you all about healthcare, health insurance as a public good. Yeah, we got a lot to unpack. You see, it was December the 4th, 2024 at 6:30 in the morning that CEO Brian Thompson was shot in the streets of New York. Now, if Brian Thompson was anyone other than the CEO of America's largest health insurer, we probably wouldn't know about him. But the fact of the matter is that people are so frustrated with America's healthcare system that they shot the CEO of United Healthcare in the back on a normal morning in December. Written on the bullet casings, delay, deny, depose. the words that every health insurer uses to drag out claims, to deny claims, and to put more money into their coffers. You know, it's never a good thing when there's murder in the streets. But the fact of the matter is that 550,000 American families went bankrupt in just 2024. We're up to our eyeballs. We're frustrated with this. 550,000 Americans went bankrupt. United Healthcare covers 50 million of them. That's a ratio that's just not okay. I mean, if the customer satisfaction rate was that good at Wendy's, no one would be going to Wendy's. The problem is a lot. At the end of the day, it's just a broken system. You can't hate the player, you have to hate the game. And the game in healthcare is make profit, return profit to Wall Street. Health insurers are allowed to make 15% profit, and the incentive is to grow the cost, the overall cost of doing things as much as possible because, hey, they can only make 15%. So they got to make 15% on more cost. So they add steps and extra processes, redundancies, administration, deny appeal, prior authorization. You all understand. Over the course of the last years, health insurance profits have skyrocketed. And when they dipped a little in 2024, health insurance companies come out and they tell us, oh, we're not making as much money as we used to, things could get bad. When in reality, they reported less profit, but had more stock buybacks than they've ever had on recorded history. American satisfaction in healthcare continues to dwindle. Something's broken, something's got to give. And I believe the thing that must give isn't the players. The players are often well-intended people. However, it's just that they're working in a broken system that only rewards increased Wall Street dividend. Send more money to Wall Street. The only thing you can do is open cooperatives. Cooperatives are not big government. They're not big government takeover of healthcare. They're not big insurance. Cooperatives can often operate just like a business. They can grow coffers, they can pay claims, but they can be owned by the people who are using them. So what might it look like? It might look something like this. The first thing you need to know is what's currently happening. Hey, when you send $100 to the health insurance company, it goes in a few different buckets. Usually, only about 50% is actually going to paying for your doctor and your pharmacy stuff. That's all. And then what they do is they sell you pharmaceuticals that they've marked up God knows how much. They buy in bulk and then sell you the individual price. They're incentivized to have as much administration as possible because, again, they can only make 15%. And then at the very top of this awful stack is just endless profit taking at the top, with more and more reinsurers and just little fractions adding cost to your bottom line and honestly taking away your ability to get the care you need. If you just made it community owned, I mean, hypothetically, right? If you just put it on chain, then, you know, when you're in the dark, you see ghosts. And when you put it on chain, you bring light to the system. You start to see where the dollars are going, and you're more okay with it. The thing is, though, is that if it's community owned, there's not just a incentive to make profit for Wall Street quarterly reports. There's also an incentive to take care of the people who own it. So you can lower administration, you can take out all this overhead, all this process that's been added to the system just to grow the cost of it. This is honestly conservative. If you made health insurance awesome, I have 10% savings at the top, but I'm I'm being judicious. Yeah. It's very possible. I've seen plans that maybe would be better than 10%. And something that you can definitely do when you bring the total cost of healthcare on chain is generate a lot of real yields. Health insurance premiums are paid every single month. No one's going to miss that. They don't want to get sick and not have the ability to go see the doctor. And there's profit in health insurance. You can simply create real yield that pays the stakers way less money than the insurance companies are taking from us. You really only need 3 pieces to have an insurance company. You need to have a network, you need to have claims administration, and you need to have a ton of money. And you know, the network idea is honestly from like the 1980s, and it's just outdated technology. There's better technology. It's called cash. You give a doctor cash on the spot, and the doctor actually charges you less because they don't have to go fight the insurance company for their money. It's pretty amazing. Cash works anywhere. You can still build things like, hey, PPO into the back end, but try to pay cash first. All that you're doing is removing the incentive to deny and delay. You're making it so that it takes care of the community first. Network, not actually that big of a problem. There's a lot of solutions out there in TradFi insurance. Claims administration, it's the same thing. Like, it's super easy to get ACA compliant claims administration done, and then you can just gradually bring this on chain once you know all of your privacy is firmly in place. Certainly, you can't mess around with privacy pertaining to health information, but it's also a thing where, hey, ZK proofs and these things can make it happen. Fully autonomous on-chain claims, not that far out, not that many steps as you would think. And then the money. Hey, there's $14 billion locked up in just EigenLayer. There's billions of dollars in staked crypto assets. And what all of them want is a real yield. All of them are just looking for real yield. And guess what you can do? You can just do math. Like, people have been doing actuarial underwriting on how much risk is inside of a health insurance pool for a long time. And you can bake in real yield into your health insurance protocol for the purpose of borrowing liquidity from that protocol when things heat up and, you know, there's more sick people than normal. Money. The 3 pieces, all of those things on chain, all community owned, not that far out. Why now? I don't know. The current landscape, maybe this is more like a landscape slide for you all. There's a big trend in the provider industry. We're talking about hospitals. We're talking about cardiologists, ear, nose, and throat specialists. We're talking about the people who actually take care of you. There's a huge movement in this group of people to just take cash. In fact, 17,000 clinics take only cash in America. They say, we're done with the networks, we'll take only cash. I'm seeing 74% reductions in the cost of claims when you don't run your claims through the network. Remember those insurance companies, how they were going to build networks that negotiated better prices for us? Turns out, if you just pay cash, it's like a lot cheaper most of the time. Why now? Hey, employers are looking for a different option. Most people get their health insurance from their employer in America, and the rising cost of healthcare has been the #1 pain point outside of like just being broke for any business in the US. When you take it on chain, you gain a lot of transparency. You give employers the ability to actually take care of their people. I mean, 50% of employers in the US are cutting benefits this year. They're cutting costs or they're cutting the quality of their benefits. And they've been doing that every year for the last decade. They've been doing that as long as I can remember. The current system certainly isn't sustainable.
There's $4.8 trillion in premiums paid every single year. And 50% of those people are going to change their health care this year. These health insurers have underwritten profits into our premiums and stored away $8.4 trillion into their coffers. Imagine if only healthcare was community owned for a decade. How much money would we have sitting in our coffers, and what would we do with that yield? How would we take care of our community? How would we do the conversations that no one has an answer for right now? Mental health, fertility treatment, IVF, all of these things could just become more and more accessible if we give the power to the people and remove bureaucracy to replace it with technology. Public good, community owned. What you've got is, on one side of the aisle, you've got the right. You got the right and you got the left. On the right, they cry out, we don't want a government takeover of health insurance. Government takeover of health insurance. Who would possibly want that? And big insurance will spend tens of millions of dollars promoting that propaganda anytime that we have a public option come available. We will never see a centralized government health system in the US. It is entirely too easy to market government takeover of healthcare and have people show up at the ballot box and vote no, even if it would actually take care of them. We've seen it time and time again. And on the other side, you've got the left. They don't want big insurance. They think for-profit insurance is evil. And yeah, for-profit health insurance is inherently evil. I'd agree. The only thing that I can think to do after spending 13 years doing group healthcare is just to make it all community owned. Cooperatives are, they're corporate vehicles that can operate in a capitalistic environment, and if they accidentally make money, then that money can sustain the community that it came from. There's just no other option. People shouldn't have to pay insurers profits to access the care that they need. I think I said 50% earlier. Turns out it's 53% of employers plan to make a change. 80% of consumers think health insurance companies prioritize profits over patients, and they are right. Health insurers deny claims at an all-high rate. United Healthcare set up an AI that denied 90% of the claims that came its way. 90% of the claims that came its way. Why is that? Because, hey, the longer they hold on to your money, the longer they're getting profits off of your money sitting in their vaults and sitting in their coffers. They have no incentive but to deny, delay, and depose your claim, and America's sick of it. The only people that are happy with healthcare are people who are not using it. That's pretty much what I got, guys. It's incredibly easy. It's, incredibly hard. I mean, honestly, taking on big insurance is going to be like fighting an ugly gorilla. They're going to pump out propaganda, as they always have done, and they're going to fight at all costs to protect their profits, because it's super sustainable money. Once you get a big enough group of people together, you just do math, and you know how much money you're going to make in a given year. It's pretty much that straightforward. No, when I say it's going to be incredibly easy, what I'm talking about is mostly this insurance beast is not as complicated as you might think. All of the complexities that you maybe you don't understand, it's propaganda. They've created this confusing, complex system so that when you think of it, you immediately want to stop thinking of it. That's how it works. And at the end of the day, it's really just black and white. Is the person sick or hurt? Pay the claim. Networks? Why? All doctors take money. Pharmacy, if you buy in bulk, you should be getting the bulk discount. These people shouldn't be buying a million Wellbutrin doses for 10 cents and turning around to sell them to you for $4. And this happens all the time, every day. No, these things don't have to be. ACA compliance, black and white. ERISA compliance, black and white. Insurance compliance, black and white. The only thing that we need is a whole lot of people to just jump in the thing at the same time. And then, we'll just be better together. I think that's my point. If anyone has questions, thoughts, concerns, I would take a question. Otherwise, I'll wish you all a beautiful day and hope that you don't have to go run into your copays and deductibles anytime soon. I'm Micah Baylor, Lead Benefit Steward at Opolis, and thanks for coming around to chat with us today. None of you want to talk about your PPO? Okay. Bye-bye, friends.
How you stay charged? Espresso straight through my cortex. Who's your nemesis? Light runs down a fountain. Old as speak, young as each block mine down. Professor Wade's got the future on spin book. Urging notes, dancing where the bottleneck's been. Professor Wade's got the future on spin book. Plugging tomorrow with yesterday's ram stains. Test.